ऍड लागली.
On the spot. Look,
आज यार शरीफ लग नाश्ता
वैसा है मैं ऊपर
मेरा तो हो गया नाश्ता। चाय चाय बढ़िया बनी थी। कुछ नहीं
Hi. कोई लेक्चर है रे? ऑनलाइन लेक्चर है किसी का कॉलेज का, फ्री है तो मैं ज्वाइन कर लिया। फोरेंसिक्स के ऊपर है।
A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of organizing committee of a state level webinar on forensic human dental identification and non-metric dental traits, organized by Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, KM Dental College, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, Piparia, Vadodara. I, Dr. Palak Shah, Senior Lecturer from the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, welcome you for the webinar. God Almighty, our Heavenly Father, graces all of us and provides us with the power and strength to accomplish everything. So, before we begin with our program, let us all take 2 minutes to remember Him and pray. I request you to enlighten the holy flame of Diya in your hearts as we pray for the God.
Mana now?
Thank you all. Now, I request Dr. Rashmi Venkateshman, Organizing Chairperson, to deliver a welcome address.
Good morning, one and all. Respected Dean Sir, Dr. R.V. Subramaniam, my dear colleagues and students, myself, Dr. Rashmi, Professor and HOD, and warm welcome to all for the state-level webinar on forensic odontology. I am grateful and welcome our persons for today, Dr. Arushi Chawla, Dr. Deepesh, and Dr. Deepa Patil, who are invitation at short notice. I am looking forward for an amazing knowledge time with you all today. Welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I welcome our Dean, Dr. R.V. Subramaniam, sir, and I request him to say a few words about the
Very good morning to all of you. You're able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we are able to.
First and foremost, my profound apologies for this slight delay in joining the Zoom meeting. The software is getting updated, installed, and then only I could join in. Okay. My heartiest welcome to all the participants for the state level webinar on forensic dental identification and non-metric dental traits. The recent past, there's a lot of interest in forensics, especially because of the fact that we have a good number of web series on forensics. In fact, I think some of these forensic movies and web series have something related to even dentistry, forensic odontology as a part of it. So it's really good to know that we have a good number of participants taking part in this state level webinar. I would also like to welcome and thank Dr. Ayushu Chawla of Parle University for being the guest speaker for today's function. And we also have our own Dr. Deepa Patil and Debesh Nilandu from our to also deliver guest lectures on forensic human dental identification and non-metric dental traits. I welcome you all, and I'm sure all of you are going to be wiser than before after attending this webinar, state-level webinar. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Before we proceed into deep learning of the program, I would like to provide a brief introduction about today's topic. So basically, forensic odontology is a branch of dentistry which, in interest of justice, deals with proper handling and examination of dental evidence and with the proper evaluation and presentation of dental findings. The two main arms of forensic odontology are personal identification and crime investigation. Personal identification includes comparative identification, reconstructive identification, and identification in mass disaster. While comparative identification includes direct comparison of post-mortem and antemortem records, reconstructive identification requires determination of age and sex and identification of dental traits. Personal identification is important for both living as well as dead individuals. With upgradation of technology, the tools of forensic odontology have also been improved from conventional to advanced. So our today's webinar is mainly aimed to describe various aspects of personal identification, both individually and in cases of mass disasters, and also focuses on advanced forensic odontology techniques. So without taking much time, let us begin with our scientific sessions. So as we move for our first lecture, Introduction to Forensic Odontology and History, I first take privilege to introduce our Dr. Deepa Patil ma'am. Dr. Deepa Patil ma'am is presently working as Associate Professor in Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, KMS BCH. She has done her BDS from Maratha Mandal's Nathaji Rao Helgekar's Institute of Dental Sciences and Research Center, Belgavi, Karnataka, and MDS in Oral Medicine from Faculty of Dental Science, Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, Bangalore, Karnataka. She has done her fellowship in forensic odontology from SBM College of Dental Sciences, Dharwad. She is presently pursuing PhD in radiology from Srimati Bikesha Medical College and Research Institute, SVDU. She has 65 research papers in national and international index journal. She is owner of 1 patent, 4 copyrights. She also has 1 book and 4 book chapter publications to her credit. She has presented numerous papers and delivered guest lectures to so many national and international conferences. She has completed her certificate course in tobacco cessation, and she has been underwent training courses in the subjects of evidence-based management, competency-based curriculum, palliative care, and digital teaching technique. So I would like to hand over the screen to Deepa ma'am, and I would request her to begin with her session. At the same time, I would request all the participants to post their queries in the chat box so that at the end of the session, I can directly communicate the queries with our guest speaker. So to Dr. Deepa ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Valak, for the wonderful introduction. At this outset, I would like to thank Dr. Rashmi ma'am, HOD OMR department, for giving me this opportunity to deliver a lecture on forensic odontology. Today will be a scientific extravaganza on the topic of forensic odontology, where you will learn right from the very basic things to the advanced techniques. So I will start my talk on introduction and history of forensic odontology. So this is the basic of forensic odontology. So whenever we think of forensic odontology, what comes to our mind is are they so important? Why are forensic dentists important? No, it's just a tooth or it is just a mutilated skull. But as we go through the literature, there is a lot of things to be done, and still we are in the nascent and the budding stage. So today the objective of the program is to highlight the importance of teeth and jaws and how the forensic odontology has evolution. So when we see this, what we can see is this is a skull, a magnifying glass, and certain books concerned with the law and the hammer of the judge. So basically, if you want to, in a nutshell, if you want to talk about forensic odontology, it is where we deal, with the help of our teeth and the knowledge of our dental anatomy and the head and neck, we, in correspondence with the judiciary system and the police, help in, in the justification of the process. So the forensic odontology is a very vast field. Okay, just from the teeth to the digital sciences, disaster victim identification, mutilated remains. So, and we can assess the gender, age, and the identification of the person. So it applies, forensic odontology applies dental science to the law. It is the application of dental knowledge to those criminal and civil laws that are enforced by the police agencies in the criminal justice system. And so the legal investigation, it is a type of legal investigation involving dentistry. And this will include human identification, even in case of orofacial trauma, where, when there are so many roadside accidents and unidentified bodies remain lying on the road. Okay, and dental malpractice is there. So the judicial system seeks, what do? They'll seek, because even though our branch is in the nascent stage and the budding stage, even though from so many years we are practicing forensic odontology, still always there is a hesitancy of the judicial system to call a forensic odontologist. But, it will help us if the forensic odontologist can help, fasten the process of the court and the legal system. And it deals with the legal aspects of professional dental practices and treatment, with particular emphasis on the use of dental records to identify the victims or accidents. So the basis of why we are, using forensic odontology, it is basically two simple principles that every human is unique and nature will not repeat itself. As the fingerprints are individual for each person, so are the teeth also are individualistic. As the macroscopic and the microscopic variations occurs, as the human evolves to allow individualization. So now what you can see on this slide is, you can see two casts which are there. So these two casts, as you can see, are deciduous casts. And these casts are of monozygotic twins. They are similar twins, but even their teeth arrangement and the morphology of the teeth will be different. So this leads to the basis of using teeth in the forensic medicine. So, and one more thing is that teeth and the dental restorations, they survive all the heat, all the mutilated process. And this, you can see, this is the excavated remains, which was found in the skull intact in the 79 AD, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. You can see the teeth are still intact, the skull is intact. So how important from this, you can identify the ethnicity of the person, the age and the gender. So this is, these characteristics help us to highlight the branch of forensic odontology. So coming to the definitions, D.B. Taylor defined it as the application of dental knowledge to the elucidation of legal problems. Then the most one which is applied is by Kaiser Nelson as that branch of forensic medicine that in the interest of justice deals with the proper handling and examination of dental evidence and the proper evaluation and presentation of dental findings. So we as human beings are separated from other animals. We are at the highest order because we have certain essential characteristics and uniqueness. So that the human dentition, it can withstand the test of time and temperature. And that is the biggest contribution to the uniqueness of an individual dentition. So they are the indestructible parts and they remain unchanged for thousands of years. And there are certain remains which have been present in the Taboon man from nearly which is 35,000 years old. So now what does a forensic odontologist do? So whenever there is an exam, whenever there is a, unidentified body is there, there are mutilated remains. Okay, so he can, there is a lot of injury to the jaws, teeth and oral structure, and therefore he may possibly like identification, like who is the subject, like if there is no identity present, on near the body, on the roadside or wherever the remains are found. So you can help identify the age, gender, maybe when there is nobody to identify that person. And then, or maybe in cases of crime, you can eliminate a suspect. So examination of, you can also, not only that you should have an intact skull or something, even from fragments or dental remains, it has helped us to identify the person. So basically, when we want to narrow down things or the aim of forensics, it could be the identification of the dead, like in the like age, gender, and an assailant who he is or her has used as a weapon through the bite marks, and for legal purposes, like when you have for the legalizing the age, juvenile law, when you want to have a marriage law, or there are certain problems like pensioners, we can apply forensic odontology. So we have a broadened role in mass disasters like in accidents, burns, air crash, floods, earthquakes, border disputes, religious conflicts, and victim identification through comparative and postmortem dental for profiling, dental biometrics, and nowadays genetic profiling is also in way. And in criminal investigations, where there are different types of abuse through bite mark analysis. So genetic profiling, because the pulpal DNA, this method is evolving. As the tooth is protected by the hardened structure, because it's a hard structure, the pulpal DNA is intact in a putrefied body, and even less than 1 nanogram of target DNA can be used for the identification purpose. So that can be recovered from a molar tooth is a volume of nearly 0.023, and it is approximately 15 to 20 mg. So sensitive and useful in DNA analysis. And mitochondrial DNA has also been found in ground dental. So now this, like when who all will be called, like whenever there is any disaster site is there, a forensic dentist will come and he will try to do the post-mortem examination, try to find out any ante-mortem dental records are there, compare it, and then he may dissect the jaw, he may take radiographs and do the dental examination. So this is how we can have a team where they can work. So now coming to the history, what does this, this picture signifies? Okay, dating back, when the evolution started, this is just the Adam biting on an apple. And it is said that, forensic odontology has started from then. It is not a new, process or a new branch. Okay, so right back in the Garden of Eden, according to the Old Testament, Eve convinced Adam to put a bite mark in apple. So from there, even though that was not testified or taken into court, but there since then the evidence of forensic odontology is present. So now coming to some historic milestones, like this is, right from 66 AD. Okay, this is in the Rome. Okay, then there was Claudius and King Roman Emperor, and he married Agrippina, the lady here you can see in the center, and he had married numerous wives. Okay, so and she was insecure from this one more person called Lolia Paulina, who was a very famous person. So what she did was she ordered her men to kill this person, and she told them to bring the head to her. So how did she identify that she was Lolia Paulina? By the use of the, she had a particular type of teeth. So she was so, from that time, from 66 AD, there is evidence of forensic odontology present, from where she identified Lola Paulina by the dental characteristics which were there. So in India also, like Raja Jaichand of Kannauj, he was who was there. He was also murdered, and he was identified, like this is in the year 1193, by his false teeth. So now this is one famous case, like where a dentist, like he was not a dentist, but he was a silversmith who also was interested, in making dental dentures. So he identified the case of Dr. Joseph Warren. Okay, at this is Dr. Joseph Warren was killed in the Battle of Boston in the year 1776, and his face was badly mutilated. So what happened was there was a dentist, Paul Revere, and he identified Dr. Warren's body by the small denture that he had fabricated for him some time before. Okay, so because his body was identified, and therefore, Dr. Warren he could be buried with full military honors. So this was the skull which was found, okay, of Dr. Joseph Warren in the year 1855. Later it was exhumed, but before that, he is Paul Revere, and he was a silversmith. He had a small, factory where he used to make all silver articles, and he was fond of making dentures also. And this was the one which was there in the Dr. Joseph Warren's mouth. And so this was the first, documented case where a dentist could identify the person. So now then there are many numerous, things occurring in history, like the French Indo War, where Peter Halkett was killed in 1758, and his son identified for the skeleton by an artificial tooth, because that time in the war there is so much of bloodshed and it is very difficult to identify a person. So now dentist in this case, the next is a documented case by Mrs. Jason Elixir, where dentist was used an expert witness. This is somewhere in the British trial. Okay, so Dr. James Alexander, Mrs. Alistair's dentist, was a witness for the prosecution. Like, the body could not be identified, and her dentist, by the set of her denture, he could fit in the dissection room. He identified that she was Mrs. Alistair. So another case is a case of Caroline Walsh. She came in the year 1831. Before some time, she was staying as a paying guest, and sometimes later she was found missing. And there was one more body which was found in a very squalene condition where she couldn't be identified. And they said that it is Caroline Walsh. But Caroline Walsh had a very nice set of teeth, a very nice dentition, and the body which was found had some missing teeth. So it was told that she is not, Caroline Walsh, and she was never found. And then the accused was convicted. So, and this is a case of where a dentist as an expert testimony in court was used, by a physician. Like now you have this case of Dr. George Parkman. He was a physician in Harvard University, and he was a real estate speculator. And, he had borrowed money from a person called John Webster. And this is there. I have just considered there was a lot of big story in that. And what happened was that it was Dr. George Parkman's body was found, and there was nobody to identify who was the, culprit. And Dr. Parkman's, the dentist of, John Webster, he had got his evidence of a denture, which he had fabricated sometimes before, for the murder of Dr. Parkman. You can see here the jaw fragments which are there, and this is a denture which you can see here upward in the upper section. And then what he did, he tried and fitted it. Numerous dentists were there, and then he tried and fitted it on the jaw. So we could find that this was the evidence, where he could be the criminal was identified. So Dr. Nathan Cooley, he identified Dr. because of his teeth as a part of upper end he made for Dr. Parkman 3 years earlier. And he showed the port and he fitted the portions to the models. And by showing that the grinding adjustments, he knew that he had done certain minor adjustments of the lower denture. And Dr. Webster was found guilty and hanged over. This was the first case of a dentist giving an expert testimony in the United States. So now a very famous case of Adolf Hitler, as we all know, he was identified. There is still a contradiction when we read that in 1945, at the end of the World War II, that he had escaped with his wife, Uwe Braun. But it was told that they were all buried, and they died and they were buried and burned together by a Russian soldier. So now it was very difficult to challenge the case. And therefore, his body was exhumed. And, because there were no ante-mortem and post-mortem records. So there were some pieces of Hitler's jaw. And later on, still it's still in the last 70 to 80 years, many times it has been exhumed and tried to find out that it was really a Hitler's identity or no. So huge Blakey record was matched with the dental and was confirmed that he was Hitler. So this is they were found 1944. These were records were obtained that they said that it was Adolf Hitler's skull radiograph. This is the frontal PA and the PNS and the PA view. And these were some, fragments obtained of the Hitler's, like this is the denture and the lower jaw. And then this was done as an identification, that odontological identification was done. He had a denture, and this is all the black portions are the metallic and the gray are the porcelain and the other are natural teeth. So still, it is evolving, and this was the latest evidence which was there found to prove that he is Adolf Hitler. So one more interesting case is that of Prince Louis, about his son, which was documented like many times because they wanted to find out actually is his son or no. Prince Louis, 17, he died in prison at the age of 10 years. Because due to tuberculosis of lymph nodes, and his parents were also convicted. But now he died so early, and then he was buried in some unmarked grave. To determine if he was Louis, was then what they did, they said that they showed a grave and they said that this is Louis' grave, but they wanted to be certain that it is there or no. So they took out the remains, and when the remains they found out, they saw that there were no deciduous teeth. There was a missing right first molar, and the second molar also had drifted nasally. And there was a wisdom tooth which was seen, which was still in the bone, but it had not erupted through the gums. So from this, they could have make out that this person is not 10 years. He could be somewhere around 18 to 20 years. By our age eruption process, we know that. And these findings were published in the archives of Anthropological Criminale. So, and that same year, and they could find out that this was not Prince Louis' body. So now the famous case, like these were all we found was of identification, whether that person is there or no. The next is one which was a very famous case of a Florida case, was case of Florida versus Theodore Bundy. He was a serial killer who raped and killed estimated 40 women, and they were in the process of finding him. So Dr. Lovell Levine, with a team of dentists, with the help of bite mark evidence, he testified him and convicted him in the Florida's court of law. This is Dr. Levine, where he was one of the head forensic odontologist with his team who convicted Theodore Bundy, and he was then, electrocuted in a chair. So even now, not that, I talk about very old things, even in the tsunami victim in the Southeast Asia in 2004, many bodies were identified by forensic odontology. More than 92% of the Nam Thai has been identified, of which 80% were identified by dental formation. And now when we talk about Indian cases, like there was a Rajiv Gandhi case where he was assassinated by the LTTE, and there was a big bomb explosion. The Rajiv Gandhi assassination, the case was identified with the help of a forensic team, where one was a forensic odontology. And even Veerappan, who was a famous dacoit in the Karnataka-Tamil Nadu border, he had a very nice mustache. He was identified by that. But even that time, his body could not be identified. And from his typical ear morphology, he was identified. And nobody can forget the famous Delhi gang rape case, the Nirbhaya case, where there were 4 to 5 criminals were there, who out of them 3 were convicted because of the bite mark, and this was done by a very famous forensic odontologist. So these are the cases where forensic cases which have been documented and which are publicly available. So when I was searching the literature, I found this one article in a paper where they said India's dental detectives. So we have got a new name, the forensic odontologists, as dental detectives who can help solve the crimes, examining one set of teeth at a time. Thank you for your patient listening. Now the next lectures will be followed after this, where you will see the details of forensic odontology and different areas where a forensic odontologist can be employed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepa ma'am, for such a informative and comprehensive introduction of forensic odontology, and with a very interesting note on the history aspect. It was very interesting to listen to your lecture, and we all became motivated even more to attend the today's webinar. Also, I cannot see any question in the chat box, so I can interpret that the madam's lecture was so complete and so informative that nobody needed to ask any question. I would request Deepa ma'am to stop the screen share.
I have stopped.
Okay, ma'am. So before wasting much time, let us proceed to the next session of today. That is our another renowned guest speaker, Dr. Ayushi Chawla ma'am. First of all, ma'am, I welcome you on behalf of our organizing committee. Dr. Ayushi Chawla ma'am is Assistant Professor and Head of the Department in Forensic Science Department, Parallel University. Dr. Ayushi Chawla is a qualified dentist along with her specialization in forensic odontology, as well as she is a medical writer. In a period of less than 2 years, she has around 12 publications associated with her name. She also has experience of writing different types of articles and conducting courses like age estimation using teeth sample and the art of article writing with association with Parallel University. She is also working as an assistant professor at the Department of Forensic Science at Parallel University, and she has won various awards, and now she is pursuing PhD in the field of limnology. She is also an expert for age estimation, anthropology, forensic biology, diatomes, rugoscopy, forensic report writing, and many others. So with that note, I request Dr. Ayushi Chawla ma'am to enlighten us with her informative session on the topic disaster victim identification using dental anthropology and non-metric dental traits. Okay, so talk to Dr. Arushi ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much, Palak ma'am, for such a lovely introduction.
Thank you.
And I would like to start by thanking Dr. Rashmi ma'am for giving me this opportunity and Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. It's an absolute honor to be delivering lecture for the college I have started my higher studies with. I'm a student of KM Shah Dental College, proud alumni, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
Okay. So I would like to start by saying that I received a lovely introduction of forensic odontology, a very informative one by Dr. Deepa ma'am. And I think most of the aspects about the history and the scope are already covered. So one of the most important scope of forensic odontology is human identification. So if I talk about human identification, let's try and make this more interactive. What do you think, according to you, why is identification, if anybody could just tell us, as to why identification plays such an important role in forensic? Anyone who could just maybe be there in the chat box, or maybe can unmute and say that why do we think, and why is it that identification plays such an important role in the field of forensic science? So basically, identification, yes, is about determination of a person's individuality. Whenever we try to identify someone, what do we usually do? We try to, speak about their physical characteristics. If the person is tall, maybe is fair skin, or has any typical feature which that person has. We don't usually say the person has 2 eyes and 1 nose. That's not the right way we do it. So we try to look for those specific features which a person has. So identification is basically about the determination of a person's individuality based on their physical characteristics, as well as to establish the identity of an individual. So establishing identity becomes a very, very important aspect of forensic science, because not only when we are living, but also after the death of an individual, it has a paramount importance that, we need to know as to, there's a legal system involved when it comes to identification. So we have two types of identification. We have a total identification, also known as complete identification. and incomplete identification. So when I talk about complete identification, it's when you have, the scientific analysis of different features, or when you know a person. We say total identification is when if I go into an unknown place and I'm not even aware about the person's name, then I try to speak for their physical characteristics. That, I met her, she was, maybe she's tall and she's fair. The certain information which we try, right? So ultimately, it's going to be about the incomplete identification will lead to complete identification. Complete identification is about the different features and knowing about the pinpoint of the subject, that is their names. So for identifying, what do we usually do? Whenever we are actually surrounded by identification always. When we enter into the college, what is the first thing we do? We have our own iCard. And what does that iCard say? The first thing is our name, because that's how we are identified, right? So yes, the need of identification is not just limited to living people, but also to dead individuals. For living people, we need identification, especially when the person is left unconscious, or if maybe there's a case of amnesia, any issuing of any kind of identity cards, especially at the time of the immigration, and when we need to travel from one place to the other. Any kind of criminal or civil responsibility is related to the identification, right? So you need to know, why do we need to know a person's name, their age, their gender? Because our laws are specific to specific individuals. Like people below the age of 18 are considered to be, they're considered to be juvenile, right? So why do we say that? Well, that's why we need to know the age, because the laws are specific till the age of 18. And then after that, the penal code changes. So that is why to know or to let them attain a criminal responsibility, if you know about the different kinds of consents which are to be given, like whenever we go to a hospital, people below the age of 16 are not allowed to give the consent on their own. For them, there is a vicarious liability which is to be taken, which means the person who is responsible, who may be related to him by blood or any relation, can give the consent for the individual. So, most of the places we see people taking their age, especially in cases of government examinations, so that they have more of the attempts to be given. In case of employment, whenever it comes to jobs which have specific age bar, in those cases, we see that the people need to be of a specific age. And this is why identification becomes very important in living individuals. Now, if I talk about dead, after the death of an individual, why do we need to know? Is for legal purposes, for statistics, in order to know the birth date and the death rate. If the death rate is increasing, there has to be some kind of, a reason may be involved, and that reason is important for us to know. Registration of death. Registration of death plays a very important role when it comes to, the issuance of the death certificate, and the death certificate plays a very important role when it comes to claiming life insurances, or maybe even for the burial purposes or the discharge property. Many times it's for keeping the future secured. People take insurance, and maybe at the time when the death of an individual occurs, the person can claim life insurance only and only after they issue the death certificate. Inquest. So I don't know how many of you are aware about what inquest is. So inquest is it's an inquiry into the cause of death. So there are different kinds of inquests. One of the most common inquests being carried out in India is the police inquest and magistrate's inquest. Basically, it's an investigation. We cannot even carry out autopsy without the requisition by the police or the magistrate. So in order to know what has happened to an individual, or to go ahead with the procedure of death, we need the identification of an individual. especially in cases of skeletonized remains. I believe every one of you must have been aware about the recent conference which had happened in forensic science, which was due to the skulls which were found in the city of Amritsar. More than 15 to 20 skulls have been found, and the identification of them is the prior, responsibility of the forensic scientists, and that is why, we have seen a sudden surge in the need of forensic anthropology and forensic odontology, because it becomes easier for identification using forensic science when it comes to a level of decomposition. When the body starts to skeletonize, it becomes difficult for other fields to work into, and that's how, when, as a dentist and as an anthropologist, we come into existence. So, even in cases of intact fresh corpuses, we know one of the most purest form of DNA can be extracted from teeth, and we're still working on various techniques which can be helpful for identification and provide us with more information from the teeth as well. So identification plays a very important role when it comes to decomposed corpuses or mutilated remains as well. The data which is usually important for identification is, of course, you need to know the name, the race, the ethnicity, nationality, sex, age, stature, complexion, hair of an individual, eyes, congenital features. One of the very important features to know about the peculiarities which an individual has, and especially the birthmarks, moles, scar marks, tattoo marks, occupational marks, features that are present on the teeth, which we are going to talk about, the non-metric dental traits, as we say, photographs of an individual, fingerprint, DNA records, and most importantly, teeth marks and bite marks. We need identification in civil cases when it comes to marriages, inheritance, in case of passport, sometimes in claims in disputed sex, if the person is found missing, and identification of body, leave in burial purpose. In criminal cases, whenever we talk about accusation of the assault cases, rape cases, murders, for people playing on with their identities and even interchanging of newborn babies. So we go step by step when it comes to identification. We do not target the name of an individual. We try to narrow down our population by the different features which were mentioned. One of the most common features is that, whenever if we have a disaster case, so the first thing we want to know is the nationality of an individual or the race of an individual. So race is basically a biological concept. We have three races, which are Caucasians, which are white, Negroids, and the Mongoloids, which is the Asian population. So determination of race becomes very important. So earlier they said it that complexion is one of the most easier ways in determining the race of an individual. But specifically knowing about the race of an individual through a skin color can be slightly misleading. And because we are brown skinned, right? As Indians, all of us are brown skinned. So it's not the right way of determining the race. So then what exactly can be the right way? Is through the physical features, so what we're going to talk about now. Eyes can also be misleading. They say that Indians have dark eyes, and usually the blue and gray eyes are possessed by Europeans. I'm one of the biggest examples of it. I have light brown eyes, so which means I'm not an Indian. So that's not the right way in which the identification should be carried out, because this can be slightly misleading. Clothes, the hairs of an individual, they say that Indians have, all the Indians have black and thick hair. That's not true, right? Hair can be influenced through external features. But yes, earlier these were the techniques in which the identification was carried out. Lips of an individual. Then they went on to be specific in cases of skeletonized remains, where identification becomes a very important feature. Is through the measurement of the cephalic index. The cephalic index is basically when you calculate the breadth of the skull with the length of the skull and take a ratio of it. So they say that cephalic index between 70 to 75 is also, it's like a dolichocephalic skull. and is usually possessed by Negroes and the Aryan race. And between 75 to 80, which is the mesocephalic, is usually possessed by Europeans and Chinese population. When it comes to determination of race, these are also features which can be used. Like I said, complexion and eyes are not very reliable and can be misleading, but the forehead, the specific features are, with the Caucasians, we may see that the forehead is slightly raised, with Mongolians, it is inclined towards back, and Negroids have small and compressed forehead as compared to the other two populations. Nasal aperture, which is the nasal aperture part, which is the part of the nose, is slightly narrow and elongated when it comes to Caucasians. With Mongolians, it's seemed to be rounded, and Negroid population have it slightly broad. Hard palate of the in the mouth is usually said to be triangular when it comes to Caucasians, large and flattened when it comes to Mongoloids, and rectangular in shape when it comes to the Negroid. Then we have, if we talk about the feature of the hair, then again, this is very, very misleading, but it has been very specific to the Negroid population because Negroid hairs are thick, they are woody, and they are spiral. And usually they say that, with Caucasian, we think that the hairs are straight or wavy. And with Mongolians, the force of the hair, the texture of the hair is slightly coarse. And straight and wavy, of course, that varies. Diameter, the cross section of hair, when we take the cross section and analyze it under the microscope, Caucasoids have oval skulls, the oval cross section of the hair. Mongoloids are said to have it round, and Negroids are said to have the cross section of the hair to be flatter. Pigmentation, there is a very, very uniform distribution which is seen in Caucasoids, and with Mongoloids and Negroids, the pigmentation is more dense. Shape of the skull is rounded when it comes to Caucasoids. Negroids, the skull shape is narrow and it's elongated. For Mongoloids, it's square. If at all, this question was more related to anthropology, I know. Do you know any swimmer, a Negroid swimmer who belongs to Africa or any continent of the African continent? Remember any Olympic level swimmer? Anyone can think of it, maybe? Negroids can, they say that, they do not become Olympic level swimmers. Of course, they are swimmers, but they're not able to go under the water for a very long time. Any idea why do they say that? If anyone could think of it. Okay, so basically the reason behind that is that the Negroid skulls are very, they're heavy. So it becomes difficult for them to stay underwater for a very long time because of the weight of the skull. And that is why because of the fear of drowning, it becomes difficult for them to survive underwater for a longer time. So yes, it's like a fact about swimmers and the Negroid population. So the length of the skull is long to short when it comes to Caucasoids. It's longer in Negroids and Mongoloids. Breadth of the skull will also vary. It's narrow to broad when it comes to Caucasoids. It's very, very narrow when it comes to Negroid population, and broader when it comes to the Mongoloid. Orbital opening, which is the area around the eye, it's angular to rounded in case of Caucasoids, rectangular when it comes to Negroids, and rounded when it comes to the Mongoloid population. Nasal opening, it's narrow when it comes to Caucasoids, wider in cases of Negroids, and Mongoloids is again narrow. Nasal profile of Caucasoids is straight, and with Negroids it's more downwardly slant, and it's straighter for the Mongoloid population. This was about the race. How do we go ahead with the determination of race? There are also other dental features which help us in determination of race, which we will come to eventually. So determination of sex of an individual. Again, it's very important to differentiate between males and females with even plants or animals, anybody. It's very important for us to know whether it is male or female so that we can narrow down the process of identification even more. So sex refers to the biological differences like chromosomes, hormonal profiles, internal and external sex organs. So gender basically describes about the characteristics that a society or a culture delineates between the masculine and the feminine. So one of the most important things is one of the most reliable way is bar bodies. So females shut off one of their X chromosome at the time of the embryo development. And this inactivated X chromosome is the actual bar body, which is one of the most reliable techniques for determination of sex. So we have one more, which is the Davidson's body. In neutrophils of the females, there are specific spherical compact masses which we see. Usually they have a drumstick-like appearance, and it's mostly absent in males and present in females. So we know about this. How do we go ahead with determination of sex by mandible is through the size. With males, the size of the mandible is large as compared to females. Their architecture, the way in which the texture of the mandible, if you see, it's ragged in cases of males and smoother in cases of females. Mandibular angle is everted with males and inverted with females. Chin is slightly square-shaped when it comes to male and rounded in cases of females. Ascending ramus is broad when it comes to male and narrow in cases of female. Then you have, if we try to determine the sex of an individual by skull, the skulls are said to be larger and longer for males than in females. Same, you have a ragged appearance of the skull with males. Their forehead is steep and is less rounded when it comes to males and vertical and rounded when it comes to females. Supraorbital ridge, very, very prominent with males. Supraorbital margins are sharper in cases of females and rounded in cases of males. Zygoma is very prominent with males and less prominent with females. When I talk about dental identification, this is about the identification in general. When we talk about dental identification, it has to be done through the dentition. So what exactly is dentition? It's the development of teeth and their specific, their arrangement in which, we know the kind, the arrangement and the number of a given species at a given period of time is what is dentition. So we classify dentition based on three specific characteristics, which is based on the shape and the size of the tooth, the mode in which they are attached, and the succession. We know the primary, the secondary. So we have different characteristics which you may study. And this topic seems to be very known to us, but there are certain features and names which you may not be aware about. So based on the shape and the size, we have two categories, which is homodont. Homodont is when all the teeth, all the types of teeth there are supposed to be alike in shape and size. So we usually see that in cases of fishes and even in cases of crocodiles, we see that the shape of the tooth is like an inverted triangle, right? And all the teeth will have the same shape and size. Whereas the other type is a heterodont, where we see that the teeth are seen in different shapes, size, and they perform different functions. Because just like mammals, we have 4 types of teeth: incisors, canines, premolars, and molars. So we see that all these 4 perform different functions, and they have a specific function to perform. And they have a different size, they have a different shape, and all of them have their particular individualistic features, which we have to look for when we do the identification. Based on the mode of attachment, there are acrodonts. Acrodonts are the type of tooth which will be fused to the surface of the underlying bone. So we do not see that they don't have roots, they don't have the alveolar bone, nothing. There is no socket. It's just the attachment of the tooth directly to the jawbone by means of a fibrous membrane. And usually we see that specifically in cases of snakes, amphibians, and fish. Then you have thecodonts. This is one condition which is usually seen in humans and mammals, is that the tooth is usually lodged in a bony socket, that is in the alveoli of the jawbone. And we're going to see that, it's embedded into a socket and then attached to the alveolar bone. We have pleurodonts where the teeth are attached to the inner side of the jawbone. You see that the teeth will touch the bone, but only from the outer surface of its root. And this is very commonly seen in reptiles like lizards. Then you have the succession of teeth. By succession, I mean the number of sets of teeth that a person develops during their lifetime. So we have monophyodonts, where you will see that only one set of teeth, they have only one set throughout their lifetime. And this is usually seen in platypus, in toothless whales and rodents. They have only one set. If that sheds off, they do not have teeth for the rest of their life. But that does not happen. The anatomy is something else, and they prolong for a very long time. You have diphyodonts, which, when they say that they have two sets of teeth involved, one set will be a primary set of teeth, also known as deciduous teeth. I don't know if you people are aware as to why deciduous teeth are also known as milk teeth. What is the reason? If at all anyone knows. Okay, so basically it's known as milk teeth is because the refractive index of the teeth at the time when it's a deciduous teeth and the refractive index of milk is the same. That is why they are known as milk teeth. And usually when the deciduous teeth shed off, it is replaced by a second set of teeth, which is our permanent teeth. We have oligophyodonts where several sets of primary teeth are seen before one final set of permanent teeth come. So it's like they will have multiple sets of primary teeth until and unless they have a final set of permanent teeth which have erupted into the oral cavity, and this is very commonly seen in cases of crocodiles. You have polyphyodonts, is when the teeth are continuously replaced throughout lifetime. And this is very commonly seen in cases of sharks. They used to say that it's a condition where, even if one teeth sheds off, there's one teeth which gets replaced eventually. And this will happen for the entire life. Coming to the topic which we've been awaiting for is our non-metric dental traits. These are specific features limited to the teeth of an individual, which can assist in the process of identification, identifying to the sex of an individual or determining the race of an individual. So if I talk about the first feature, which is winging of incisors, winging of incisors basically means when both your central incisors, it's very, very observable when it comes to upper central and lateral incisors. Also known as the rotated maxillary central incisor. So it's also known as a mesiopalatal torsion, wing teeth, and it basically is when the teeth start having a winging appearance. So by winging, I mean something like this. So according to the Asuras, the classification, this feature is distincting the morphological traits, and winging does not involve any kind of variation being seen to the crown, to the structure of the crown or the root. Rather, it is defined as a patterned rotation which is observed in the upper central incisor. So, in the original Asuda's description, there was a classification given by Dahlberg in the year 1963. Where winging could be either unilateral or bilateral. That is, with the marginal borders of the central incisors rotated outward, and can be even counter winging, which is it may go inside as well, and it looks something like this. If you see image D, that's how winging usually appears. So we give gradings to the winging of incisors. So we have grade 0 is when the winging is completely absent. we see that, if you try to draw a line parallel to the labial surfaces, or if the distal surfaces fall below the line, they say that the winging is completely absent and their angle is more or equal to 180 degrees. So if you see, we've drawn a line like that. There's a line which runs through the labial surface, and your distal margins are still below the line, and that is why this is known as winging being absent. They say that the winging is absent. When you have grade 1 is when you see trace winging features. You see that the mesial margins of the the upper incisors start falling slightly below the line, and the angle which they form is between 160 to 180 degrees. If you see this feature, the mesial margins have now started coming down. Earlier they were at the line of which we had drawn, and now they are below the line which we observed. Then grade 2 is when you see moderate winging, and this is when the mesial margins are more removed from the line, and the angle which they form, this angle which they're talking about, this angle is between 135 degrees to 159 degrees. And one of the most pronounced winging is when the distance between the line and the mesial margin is it's a remarkable difference. And the angle which is formed is less than 135 degrees. That's when it's said to be a marked winging. So why do we need to know about it? Is because there are geographic variations which are seen. So bilateral incisor winging is more commonly associated with Asian population, and very common with North and Eastern Asians. It reaches up to a maximum when it comes to Native American population, and it's very common as well, seen in 20 to 30% of Southeast Asian and its derived population. Then we have the other feature, which is the concavity. Here, when we talked about winging, and now we talk about the concavity, which is seen on the labial surface. So this is basically observed on the labial surface of the upper incisor. And with modern Indians, the labial surface of the upper incisor is usually flat. But if you go back into the history, they had a marked convexity which was observed. And this level of convexity is now rarely seen in humans. And this is because of the variations in the curvature of the labial, the labial surface of the incisors. This classification was given by Nicole et al., where he says that grade 0 will be given when the labial surface is completely flat. Grade 1 is when it shows trace convexity. If you see here, if you try to observe, this surface is completely flat. And now with the grades increasing, we are seeing that the convexity, the curvature is becoming even more and more pronounced. We see trace convexity at grade 1, weak convexity of the labial surface in grade 2, moderate convexity when it comes to grade 3, and marked or pronounced convexity when it comes to grade 4. Grade 5 is something which is not shown in Asuda's plug, but if the reason why it's not shown is it's not very, very common with the modern humans. It used to be present at the time with ancient humans, and they do not exist anymore. As you see, it's very visible that the concavity seen on the labial surface. With the Asian and Asian derived groups, very little or no labial convexity is seen. Highest frequency of convexity is of course observed with the African population. Last year we had one of our MSc students who had done her study comparing the non-metric dental traits between Indian and African population, and we were surprised to know that there was a lot of concavity seen in the African population. The frequency of convexity was higher when it came to the African population. With European and Pacific populations, they lie between the African and the Sino-American extremely, and it's more common and pronounced with them as compared to the other human population. Palatine torus, we all know about this. This is like a palatal bone and a palatal process seen on the maxilla. It's also known as torus palatinus, also known as palatal exostosis and maxillary torus. Basically, it's like a bony growth which is observed on both sides of the midline of the palate, and mostly its origin is from the palatine bones. And as you know, from a point of initial constriction, it usually expands towards the breadth of the hard palate. So we again have a classification given by Turner et al. We are all in prosthodontics well aware about the palatine torus, where we see that in grade 0, we do not see presence of any palatine torus. Grade 1 is when a small elevation between 1 to 2 mm is observed. Grade 2 is when the elevation is between 2 to 5 mm. Grade 3, if we see on both sides of the mid-palatine, we see that there has been a growth which is observed. And this growth is very remarkable when it comes to identification. So we have it till grade 4, where we even see that the palatine torus gets very marked, and it's more than 10 mm high and broad when it comes to the classification. So if we see here, this is like a grade 2 moderate palatine torus. Grade 3, and you know, it takes the form of a cigar. And grade 4 is very, very prominent and has a very irregular structure when it comes to grade 4. Palatine torus is actually very common when it comes to the East Asian and the Native American population, with their frequencies that are slightly higher than those of Europeans. And the lowest frequencies and the lowest chances of having a palatine torus is seen in the Pacific population, especially in the sub-Saharan Africans. They form, they fall in between these extremes of palatine torus frequency. So it's not very common with them as well. The most common is East Asian and the Native American. We come down to shoveling. Shoveling is like the shovel-shaped incisors. They're also known as shovel-shaped incisors. And it's like the ridge, and there's a ridge and a fossa formation where the lingual surface of the incisors, the upper and lower central incisors, sometimes even the lateral incisors, and can involve the canine as well. So there was this one classification. If I talk about the shoveling, shoveling is a part of the marginal ridge complex, which is seen in the upper and lower anterior teeth. In 1985, they tried to score mesial and distal ridges separately, but they found that there has been a very strong correlation between these two. So when the classification was given by Scott in the year 1973, they said they actually classified 7 grades of shoveling, where grade 0 is when you do not see any shoveling. There is absence of marginal ridges. For this reason, shoveling grade 0 was completely removed because it's not possible. All of us have a grade 1 or a trace marginal ridges which are seen. Their expression is slight, and especially the mesial marginal ridge do not extend till the basal eminence. That is still here. If you see the grade 0, you do not see the presence of any, the marginal ridges are not very specific. For grade 1, there will be slight bit of the mesial marginal ridge which is observed. We have grade 2, which is known as low or moderate shoveling, where the ridges are well pronounced and the mesial marginal ridge will now start extending towards the basal eminence. That is still here. You see this start coming down to here. Grade 3 is when again the ridges become pronounced and they start coalescing with they start combining or merging with the basal eminence. We have grade 4, which is the shoveling is less pronounced. We see that the ridges are well developed and they start converging, both the ridges, the mesial as well as the distal, start converging at the basal eminence. You have grade 5, where more pronounced marginal ridges start meeting at the basal eminence. Grade 6 is when they meet at basal eminence and start folding around themselves. Grade 7 is extremely pronounced, any expression that will exceed grade 6, and it's a very rare expression seen. It's a good example for the plaque where the plaque is never found. And we see that both the ridges here, if you see in the next classification, because this was added later, if you see the ridges have already folded among themselves and have already formed a shovel. And that is why it's very rare to see such a feature in the shoveling of the incisors. You see here, we can see the shovel-shaped form. So shoveling is very specific to the North Asian population, and the Native American population shoveling is almost invariant. They rank between grade 3 to grade 4, with Southeast Asian population and its derived population. They exhibit less shoveling as compared to the North Asian population, and they rank second in the world. So very commonly we seen with the Western Eurasians, the grade lies between 0 to 1. And for every different country, we see that the grades keep on varying. And that is why to determine races or nationality becomes easier when it comes to the identification using the dental traits by shoveling. We have one more feature, which is the Bushman canine. It's also known as the canine mesial ridge, usually seen with the upper canine. And the upper canines of the South African were said to resemble to the premolars. That's what they used to say. Then in the year 1975, it was confirmed that these characteristics noting the upper canines resembled most of the first premolars seen in the mandible. So this was again one more very, very important feature which was seen, and the classification was given by Morris, and it kept on modifying till the year 1996, where Bushman canine has been classified into 4 grades, being grade 0, where the mesial and the distal lingual ridges of the canine are said to be of the same size and they do not attach to the tuberculum dental if present. Here, if you see, they do not get attached. The mesial and distal ridges are separate. And if I talk about grade 1, the mesiolingual ridge is larger as compared to the distal lingual ridge, and there is a weak attachment which you see with the tuberculum dentate. With grade 2, the mesiolingual ridge will be larger than the distal lingual ridge and will be moderately attached to the tuberculum dentate. And grade 3 is also known as a Morris type of type form, where the mesiolingual ridge is quite large as compared to the distal lingual ridge, and they are fully incorporated, both of them, into the tuberculum dental, something like this. And that is why they start taking the shape. You feel that, there are 2 cusps here, and it starts taking the shape of the lower premolar. With the Bushman canine, it's claimed that for Pan-African distribution, for 15 sub-Saharan samples were taken, 14 were seen to have Bushman canine, and between the grades 1 to 3. And the overall frequency across the sub-Saharan Africans was seen to be 18.1%. And this seems to be having a gene flow in the North African people as well, where the rate was found to be approximately 6.1%. Then we have upper premolar, mesial, and distal axillary cusp, where you see that, it's usually observed with the upper first and second premolar. It's also known as marginal tubercles. Most commonly with the buccal and lingual cusps of the upper premolars, they are separated by the sagittal sulcus. At either of the two, a small axillary tubercle may be present, and to score this small cusp is what we do here. So according to Turner's classification, if there is the axillary cusp is absent, we say that it is grade 0. Grade 1 is then when the mesial axillary cusp here, if you see, is very, it's present and it has a palpable cusp tip. Grade 2 is when a well-defined distal axillary cusp is seen with the palpable cusp tip. And grade 3 is when it's present on both. There's a well-defined mesial as well as distal axillary cusp along with the palpable cusp tips. That means the cusp tips are very, very prominent. If you see the tubercle here, it's very clearly observed, right? So upper and upper premolars usually tend to have axillary clasp being present on the medial and the distal side. One more important feature, I think this is probably the last feature, which is cusp 5. Cusp 5 being present on the upper first, second, and third molar. We have cusp 5 taking the form of a canule that is expressed between the hypotenune and the hypocone and the metacone, seen or observed in the upper molars. It's important to be scored as they are present. The cusp or the canule should show vertical grooves, and they run parallel on the distal marginal complex seen on the molars. This variant cusp does not attain the size of any other axillary cusp like seen in cusp 6 and cusp 7. That was also one of the features. So according in the year 1980, Harris and Bellis, they classified the grades of cusp 5. Grade 0 is when the trait is completely absent. Grade 1 is when there is a small canule which is present here on the side, on the mesial side, of the distal side of the first, second, or third molar. Grade 2 is when a trace cusp is present. Grade 3 is when there's a small custule. It's already taken the form of the cusp. Grade 4 is the small cusp, and grade 5 is the medium cusp, which is present. And the highest frequency of cusp 5 is usually seen with the Australian and the African populations being between 50 to 60%. West Eurasians show lower frequencies when it comes to the cusp 5, which is around 20%. And Asian and Asian derived groups seen in Pacific and America are intermediate. Their frequency is seen between 20 to 40%. So this is how, this is not something where we've taken measurements and then tried to, establish the identity. This is just the non-metric dental traits which we use to at least know the specific features of an individual and trying to establish or narrow down the population. So this is all about non-metric dental traits and its identification. So this is it from my side. If there are any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, I cannot see any question in the chat box, but I would like to thank you so much for such an elaborative and interesting learning experience from your side. We learned so many core aspects of forensic odontology from you, ma'am. And it may be end of your today's lecture, but actually it's a beginning of opportunity to bother you many more time in future to enlighten our student with the depth of knowledge of yours in the field of forensic odontology. So thank you so much, ma'am. And again, as there are no questions in the chat box, I would like to quote words of my dean, sir. There are two possibilities: if the people have understood everything or the people don't understood anything. But as I have learned your lecture, I can definitely say that the people have understood everything in detail, ma'am. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your today's very, very informative session.
Thank you so much, Palak, ma'am. It was an honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Here, I would like to take a minute to welcome our registrar, sir, Dr. Chandramani More, sir. And I would like to thank him for being present for our seminar. And now let us proceed with our next session. So our third lecture is on the topic of odontometrics, age estimation, and dental anthropology, and it will be delivered by Dr. Debesh Nilendu. So Dr. Debesh Nilendu is presently pursuing his PhD for Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university. He has completed his BDS from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research, Haldia, West Bengal. He has done his MSc in Forensic Odontology from Gujarat Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. He has 4 research publications in various national and international journals to his credit. His research thrust areas are age estimation, forensic facial approximation, and dental anthropology. So let's explore some more beauty of forensic odontology with our Dr. Debesh Nilande. So handing over to Dr. Debesh.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, I would welcome everybody on behalf of Sumandeep University once again as one of the youngest and the newest members of this family. And good morning to everybody. I would like to thank our Registrar Sir Dr. Moore, Dr. Rashmi, and all the faculties in the OMR department for giving me this opportunity. I hope the slides are visible now.
It's not visible. Now it's visible. It's visible.
Just a moment, ma'am. So today we'll be discussing on dental age estimation and dental anthropology. And we'll be going with a brief overview about age estimation, dental age assessment, its need, the various techniques available, its scope, and the best practices possible, followed by a brief introduction in dental anthropology. Already one of my ex-batchmates and one of my colleagues, Dr. Harushi, has very well discussed a lot in anthropological section. I'll try my best to cover up whatever is left, and we'll have a brief idea about odontometrics. So dental age estimation is one of the core areas of forensic odontology. It is one of the most accurate and simplest methods available as far as age estimation is concerned. And it helps in determining one of the most cardinal points of identification, that is age, sex, stature, and ancestry. And age estimation is performed in all the different areas available in forensic odontology, that is civil, criminal, anthropologic, as well as social purposes. Well, age estimation has its roots way back in the 1800s in the British Penal Code and child labor laws, and later on with the Factory Act, because it was found that underage children underage children were being included and employed in those factories. One of the medical legal experts, Dr. Thompson, was the first to suggest the use of dental age estimation. Talking about age, we come to the following points, and most commonly we use the chronological age, that is the day from our birth. Chronological age is not one of the most reliable methods to determine the age of a person, because it tells nothing about our physical development and our psychological maturity. So there are also other options like social age and psychological age, but we may mainly consider on the biological age, one of the aspects of which is the dental age, which is determined by the development of teeth, their paraoral structures, and their maturity. Teeth are the biological measures for aging, and dental maturity is the most reliable indicators of chronological age estimation. Well, there will be many questions regarding age estimation. I expect so. But to be very precise, there are mainly three. That why dental age estimation is important, what are the methods that are available, and what are the methods that we can use, and how much is dental age estimation accurate. So dental age estimation is needed because in cases where birth records are not available, or in cases where there is a deceased, the body is completely mutilated and identification is not possible, it helps us a lot. Age estimation helps us in narrowing down the possible number of matches. From a legal point of view, thus, age estimation is helpful in an appropriate delivery of justice. And it has been found that very few children in our country or any developing nation in the world has got their births registered. According to the UN, that is from the Department of Refugees and from the Committee of Child Rights, it has been said that age estimation should take account not only about the physical appearance but also of the psychological maturity. It should be gender sensitive, it should be scientific, safe, fair, and it should not by any case have the risk of violation of the physical integrity or human dignity of the child. And informed consent is much needed when it comes to age estimation in the living and multidisciplinary approach.
OMR इन दोनों से ही जाता है ना जनरल स्टाफ को जैसे पेरियो वाला
methods that we have got many methods, and whenever anybody approaches us that what dental age estimation method we should opt for, we get confused a lot, considering there are so many methods available. There are Demergen methods, Lamandine methods, Boyd methods, etc. and etc. And ultimately, we dentists come to our only idea, and that is resorting to the Wheeler's book of dental anatomy and looking at the eruption chart. However, the American Board of Forensic Odontology, which is one of the pioneers and one of the major regulatory bodies regarding forensic odontology, they have come forward with a flow chart and of dental age estimation procedures. Of course, there have been different methods that are being favored by the board for children, adolescents, adults, and as well as different biochemical techniques, as well as tooth development charts and atlases. So we can determine age estimation as either macroscopic or clinical, radiographic, microscopic, or biological or biochemical, depending on the method used. Depending on other methods, we can say it can be metric, we can use a chart or atlas, or we can use different scoring methods that are available. The age estimation method can be destructive in nature in cases when we use ground sections of the teeth and the tooth structure is compromised, or we can opt for non-destructive methods which are more favored because the tooth or the resource which is available is kept intact for other techniques as well. Based on the development methods, tooth mineralization, root resorption, tooth eruption, and various structural changes are taken into account when it comes to dental age assessment. Well, dental age assessment has got various implications in the life and in the deceased. In case of a live subject, it is must that we get an informed consent so that we are able to avoid any kind of legalities. Similarly, in case of deceased, it is much difficult because of the bodies which can be in fresh, decomposed, incinerated, or skeletonized forms, and it requires a more humane or humanitarian approach for that. Based on the phases of life, age estimation can be done in prenatal or neonatal, children and adolescents, and as well as adults. Well, Gustafsson method done in 1950 is considered one of the benchmarks in age estimation. This was based on 6 criteria, namely the degree of attrition, periodontosis, secondary dentin formation, cemental deposition, root resorption, and root transparency. All these features were staged, and based on the statistical data, regression formulae were used to determine the age. Visual, radiographic, and histological techniques all were a part of this Gustafsson method. Well, the visual method is normally based on the sequence of eruption that we as clinicians do most of the times. And it can also be done by taking attrition into account or changes in the tooth color, which are indicators of aging. In case of radiographs, we can get a detailed idea about the mineralization process, the crown formation, the apex closure, etc. And histological processes helps us to determine age with the help of microscopic examination of features like cemental annulations or incremental lines. Well, visual technique normally keeps in account of number of teeth present in the oral cavity, the eruption sequence mainly, and small features like the mamelons in case of young permanent teeth. Attrition is also taken into account when it comes to visual morphological techniques. Others are color of the tooth and root translucency and periodontosis or loss of periodontal attachment. Well, we can all determine the estimated age of this young fellow. Coming to attrition, occlusal wear is a natural physiological process which happens when the two teeth of the different arches come into contact, and it in a gradual period of time, that is with age, we see the tooth are attrited little by little and go in a progressive manner. There have been various methods like the method of Kim et al., Hongwei and Jintao, and Davies and Pedersen, but the most accepted method of all of them is the method given by Lee and G, depending on the average surface attrition. Depending on the surface attrition, Lee and G developed 9 stages to determine the degree of attrition, and based on that, the age of a person. Mainly the first and the second molars were considered for this, and from no attrition, where a sharp cusp is seen, gradually through attrition of the facets of the ridges and then the size of the attrition spot, till finally when the dentine is completely exposed and the occlusal surface is completely visible, we can determine the various stages. In 2015, Vaidya et al. In India determined estimation of age based on tooth color. This was done in an age group 15 to 69 years, and it works on the simple principle that as age increases, there is more and more secondary deposition. As we all know, our enamel is translucent in nature, and the color of the tooth depends on the color of the dentine. So as age increases, we can estimate that the color of the tooth will slowly and gradually be more and more yellowish in nature. And for this is a very non-invasive method, and all we need to determine the age is a normal Vita classical shade guide that is available, I hope, in most of the clinics. A similar age estimation here. We can see the anterior teeth and the deciduous anterior teeth have just come out, and we can thus estimate the age of this individual. Coming to root translucency. Well, this again is a function of the secondary dentine deposition, which has got different visual characteristics and refractive characteristics, leading to the translucency of its nature. Well, this method was done or devised by Lamendin et al. In the year 1992, and this is mostly preferred in age groups above 25 years of age. This is again a conservative method, and normally there is no changes in the age with respect to sex, so it is a unisex method. Coming to radiographic techniques, In dentistry, we go for various kinds of radiography, from intraoral periapical, panoramic radiographs, as well as various different ways of occlusal radiographs and the new advanced techniques like CBCT. All of these helps us to assess the extent of tooth mineralization, and depending on the radiolucency and radio opacity which is visible there, we can determine the tooth calcification, the apex closure, etc., and thus age can be determined. So in this, we take into account mineralization process, the crown completion, the eruption into the oral cavity, the degree of root completion, eruption of unerupted teeth, the degree of resorption of deciduous teeth, and measurements of open apices, volume of pulp chamber, canal formation, closure of apex, tooth to pulp ratio, and contour. Here we can see this person would likely be at the age of 6 to 7 because the permanent anteriors are just being erupted. Well, one more thing that we should consider when taking eruption into account for age estimation is that only the visibility of the teeth above the gum area or above the gingival area is not the way that eruption should be accessed, or rather eruption should be determined from the tooth coming out from the socket till it reaches to the occlusal level. There are various atlas methods. One of the following is the one we find in Wheelers, that is the Score and Massler method. And there are various other methods over a period of time, the most recent being the Witts atlas, and one of the most common and widely used is the Al-Qahtani's London Atlas of tooth development and eruption. Well, these have been slowly and gradually developed using normal populations and using the various range of sample sizes. We can also see one more thing that I would like to point out here is one of the Score and Massler method. One of that is not a very reliable method to be considered because it has been done based on the works of Logan and Cronfield, which was based on a psychiatric ward in compromised children. So the development there itself is not very reliable for use of that method. Different scoring methods are available. Most of the common ones that are used are Mooris et al., Demerjen et al., and Nola's method, the favorite one for the pediatric dentists, I hope. Mooris et al. Method, it staged the level of mineralization and maturation of the tooth based on various stages as far as the radiographs were concerned. Here we can see the stages were developed from formation of the cusp, then coalition of the cusps, followed by cusp outline completion, crown completion in a progressive manner, root formation, cleft formation, completion of the root length, and closure of the apex finally. Well, one of the most common methods that are used, which is also often considered as the gold standard in dental age estimation in adolescents, is the Demerjen method. Demerjen et al. Did this study first in 1960s, followed by improvement in 1970s, and it was done in a huge French-Canadian population with an almost equal sexual predilection. Firstly, around 3,000 or 2,900 to be precise, samples were used, and later on it was further enhanced with the use of more than 5,000 samples. This study was done for adolescents. The permanent dentition was taken into account. The left side mandibular permanent teeth were taken for consideration of age estimation, and it was divided into 8 stages. Later on, various methods were developed based on this, with modifications of 4-tooth method, 7-tooth method, as well as 6-tooth method. OPGs or panoramic radiographs are mostly used in these cases. Here the 8 stages which are there are The cusp tips are not mineralized but have not yet coalesced. The mineralized cusps are united to form a mature coronal morphology, which is well defined. The crown is about half formed, and the pulp chamber is evident with a dentine deposition occurring. The crown formation is complete with a distinct DEJ, followed by a trapezoidal form of a pulp chamber. Formation of the crown in the interradicular bifurcation has already begun, and root length is much less than the crown length. Then the root length gradually increases than the crown length with funnel-shaped endings. Finally, the root walls are parallel and the apex are open, and later on the apex are completely closed, and the periodontal formation or the periodontal membrane around has a uniformity in it. Well, in cases like this, we cannot consider eruption or the number of teeth present into account, and we can see based on the attrition which can be exhibited in the anteriors, we can use the ASA method, which would be more apt in this case. We can also go for various radiographic methods for a more accurate result. Coming to Nola's method, we all studied it during our dental days. From stage 0 to stage 10, that is from absence of crypt to the apical foramen closure. This stage has been developed for tooth development. Next feature that has been used here is the open apex method. This was developed by Camille et al. In 2006. It again used the 7 left permanent mandibular teeth, and it is widely used in the adolescents. It is also very non-invasive, considering only panoramic radiographs are used. There have, the third molar, which is one of the most problematic teeth for both the dentist and the patient, is also considered as one of the most important features for age estimation process. Mostly the mesial root length is considered for the age estimation, and apart from that, various scoring methods have also been devised. Mincer et al. Developed a method in 1993 which is based on scoring, and it has been certified by the American Board of Forensic Odontology. Later on, or earlier on, methods used were developed in 5 stages based on the mesial root length developed by Van Heerden and Harris and Northier. Again, in this case, we cannot see any teeth present from an extraoral perspective. Maybe a detailed study using radiographs and an intraoral examination help us to determine the age of this person. Next comes the pulp tooth ratio. This is also determined by the simple process of secondary dentine formation and gradual obliteration of the pulp chamber. This method was mastered by Camille et al. In 2007 and first introduced by Qual et al. In 1994 and 1995. There have been Indian modifications of this method as well, based on Vapshet and Jeevan et al. Similarly, there have also been various modifications for the population-centric studies based on the Demergen method for various geographic locations around the world. Coming to the histological techniques, here the translucency has been taken into account. The cemental annulations have been used to estimate age, as well as the incremental lines. Boyd et al. Determined and developed the method of age estimation using the incremental lines present in our teeth. For all these processes, a ground section is needed, so it is an invasive method, and the tooth won't be available again for other morphometric and different other methods which are available. Cemental annulation method was developed by Scott et al. In 1982, while Johansson developed and enhanced the method of Gustafsson for the use of translucency as age estimation process. This method has again been determined for age estimation in the Indian population by Acharya et al. In 2009. Mostly we go for these ground sections, and often these are then digitally analyzed in digital softwares like Photoshop or GIMP and using various tools like the magic wand tool or the selection tools or measurement tools, the ruler tools, we are able to determine the parameters. Other miscellaneous methods include through metric analysis done by Sema et al. In the Turkish population in 2014 and by Solem et al. In 1993 in the Norwegian population. The gravimetric method is also quite common, which was developed by Morris Stack in 1960, and it has got a particular medical legal importance because it is highly helpful in infanticide cases. Well, we have already discussed many methods. There are even much more methods like the gonial angle method, because the mandible first, when our during our birth and followed by our infancy, it is mostly seen in an acute angle, which slowly increases with age and then again decreases as we reach an edentulous state. So there have been many methods now which we have talked about. So which methods are to be used and how dental age estimation can be made accurate is a question. Well, for that, we need to take into consideration 5 points. First, the quality of the age estimation process. We should always make sure that we are using proper certified and scientifically proven age estimation methods, which are also widely used by the scientific community worldwide. Next, we should develop connections and we should always encourage on interdisciplinary approaches. Apart from using dental age estimation method, we can always corroborate it with other methods available by the medical legal experts. For example, the use of femur or the use of the hand wrist radiographs, which also help in determining the age of an individual. Even the suture closure of the cranial bones have been taken into consideration. Next is review. We need to review it again and again because the very first time if we get a right answer, it's mostly considered as a fluke. So we should make sure that we take more and more readings, and we should always go for error analysis in an inter-observer as well as an intra-observer perspective. Next, coming to the soundness of our study. We should make sure that we take more readings and we use more than one method. Normally, it is said that at least 2 methods should be used to determine the age of a person. Depending on the methods, we should then make sure to prove it more statistically using the mean of the age determined by the methods and the various readings that we have taken, and also determining the standard error. Finally, we should make sure that we have a detailed approach. We should take into consideration of the resources available. We should take into consideration of the evidence available, etc. Thus, we can make sure that we follow the best practices.
ये क्रिस्टीना जेम्स होस्ट है, वो कैसे होस्ट? देवेश को होस्ट बनाने के लिए क्रिस्टीना, देवेश और आप। I'm sorry all of you for technical glitches. I request all of you to wait for just 2 to 3 minutes as we are coming back in the webinar. I would like to request Dr. Devesh Nilendu to kindly continue with his presentation.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for the technical glitch that led to the interruption. I think we are good to go now. So I'll be resuming from legal age of maturity. Well, not only in the Indian law, but in also all other laws, there is a legal age of maturity. A legal age for voting, that is 18. A legal age for marriage, that is 21 nowadays. A legal age for parole, that is over 65. Legal age of retirement, legal age of drinking or even buying alcoholic beverages. And of course, we can't forget in cases of assault or abuse, that is the POXO Act, that is Prevention of Children from Sexual Offences Act. This helps us to determine which cases fall under the POCSO. If we are able to determine the age of the victim, we can also help in determination of the case according to the laws available. There is also it is very important in cases of employment. As we all know, most of the times in our country, the birth records or the standard age identification data, which is used as the 10th or the higher secondary mark sheets, well, they can be falsified as well. So a scientific evidence like a dental age estimation can help loads there by helping in determining the actual age of a person. Similar can also be done in case of different sports activities and sports events, and also in cases of infanticide, whether it was justified or not. Of course, it is never justified, but it can help us to determine whether the age of the person was apt enough. That's all about age estimation so far. So we can determine always that if we know how to go forward with our procedure, how to go step by step, we can always go in a streamlined way and help in determination of the age with the help of dental parameters. I'll be open for questions regarding age estimation, but first we will also be like to cover up anthropology. Our very own colleague, batchmate Dr. Arushi has already covered a lot of it. I'll be talking a little bit more that I can add some valuable points into it. Well, coming to the definition, as per the University of Florida, anthropology is the study of humankind, and it helps in determination and study of human experiences, human origin, human evolution, and various human cultures and social life. We all know that how we have developed from Homo habilis, Homo erectus, then Homo neanderthalis, Australopithecus, and finally Homo sapiens sapiens, that the modern men we are today. So in anthropology, we mostly deal with these three in particular, that is the forensic anthropology, that is use of anthropological data to determine the various cardinal points of identification. Apart from that, we as clinicians deal a lot with medical anthropology, which deals with the biological aspects of the body, the human aging, the prevalence of any disease, etc. And similarly, there is dental anthropology, which is a field of inquiry that utilizes these information obtained from teeth for both skeletal as well as modern populations to resolve anthropological problems. So, why is dental anthropology needed? Well, teeth exhibit variables in with a strong heredity component, and it is useful for assessing the population relationships in evolutionary dynamics. The perspective includes the study of dental growth, the theories of dental origin, the primate dentition, and population variation. Genetically controlled variables such as the size and the shape, that is the morphology of a tooth, crown, and root, is helped to determine historic trends in the shape, size, and number of teeth. The process of tooth formation, after all, is very canalized. It is highly canalized, and the developmental defects that happen during the process of tooth development, during various environmental stresses or genetical influences that happen during that stage, may help in defining certain things in the population. So teeth are used for various processes, for mastication, for deglutition, for phonetics, etc. And these things, along with the dental pathologies and the pattern in tooth wear, helps us in determining the kinds of food we eat. It helps in determining various other dietary and parafunctional behaviors and food preparation techniques. Teeth can exhibit incidental and intentional modifications which reflects cultural behaviors and there has as well as occupations of an individual. And crown wear and dental pathology gives us clues regarding diet, cultural behavior, as well as microscopic data helps us determine diseases, prevalences, and dietary stresses. The comparative dental anatomy of teeth provides crucial evidence for systematics, classifications, and determining biological relatedness. Coming to the next point of odontometrics, excuse me. Well, odontometrics is nothing but the study of tooth size variation. Well, in our normal clinical practice, we come across various tooth modifications, and orthodontics has to do various analysis based on the size and shape of the tooth present in the arch. Similarly, an endodontics is always there measuring the canal or the working length, as we say. A radiologist has got to do various measurements, and similarly, there even the prosthodontist is not an exception, and he has to also go for various measurements. Well, if these measurements can be compiled and it can be used to develop anthropometric data, it can be very useful and dental anthropology, and it can help us to determine various physiological, pathological, cultural, environmental, genetic, and racial factors. Well, why to use teeth for anthropologic analysis? Well, there are main 3 points. First is the preservability. We all know that tooth can withstand almost everything in the nature. It can withstand heat till up to around 1100 to 1700 degrees C. It can withstand various solvents available, including acids. A tooth can also withstand moisture and decomposition through various processes like burial or drowning. Even in those cases, teeth are always preserved. Secondly, is its observability. Well, for observation, we don't need teeth extracted. We can observe teeth from skeletonized remains. We can observe teeth in the live and the deceased. And it can be done quite easily and non-invasively. Third point is variability. We have seen that already there are various kinds of teeth in our mouth, and every person has got something or the other different. Thus, it helps us in asserting the law in forensics known as the law of uniqueness or individuality. Tooth size and population history has a good relation among themselves, and it is seen that the absolute tooth dimensions as well as the shape of a tooth can help us in having odontometric comparisons and thus discriminating and determining a population data. So tooth size variation has also been used to assess temporal trends or spatial changes that happen in the recent human evolution. Well, I would like to bring the attention to this map of the world. Here, if we can follow the arrows, this really tells us about the maternal DNA, its origins, and its migration around the world. So as we can see here, most of the maternal DNA around the world is determined from nowhere else, but as we know as the third world continent, the African continent. Similarly, when it comes to paternal DNA, that is the Y chromosome, earlier maternal DNA was through the mitochondrial DNA, and this is regarding the Y chromosomal data. Here we can see most of it originates either from the southeast of Asia or from the Central Asia or Middle Eastern regions. This is because of the influence of the Mongols for a wide part of our history. So, what are the takeaways from this map? First of all, we can say that the Africans are the most highly differentiated among all regional populations. The Asiatic, Middle Easterns, and the Indians, as well as the Europeans, they form a completely independent and coherent group of genography. The mainland Asians help us to determine also the Americans and the Pacific Islands, and they have a low to intermediate level of differentiation, while the Australians are the most enigmatic population from a genetic standpoint. And if we follow these, even the dental traits are no exceptions. So regarding dental morphology and population history, there are few facts and few observations that are seen. First of all, human population exhibit a great deal of within and between group variations, that is intra-population variation as well as interpopulational variation in various frequencies in the crown and traits, leading us to the development of the non-metric traits. In addition to the broad patterns in the historical relationships, dental morphology has also been used to measure micro differentiations among the local populations within circumscribed geographic groups. And in the human dentition, there is a high degree of dimensional intercorrelation, and thus crown diameters are also associated with other dental variables and crown morphology. The observations which prove these facts include the variation in shoveling, which was already discussed today. Slight expressions are characteristic in the Europeans, while pronounced expressions are limited to the Native Americans and the North Asians, or the mainland Asians. Similarly, there is dental variation in New World populations, but most of it is seen to have its ancestral roots in North Asia. In European populations, it has been seen that large-toothed individuals are more likely to have supernumerary, while the small-toothed individuals are more likely to suffer from dystonia. It has also been seen that non-genetic traits do not have a much uh, influence from a genetic perspective. Even monozygotic twins, we can see that one can possess some different kinds of non-metric traits, while the other can possess some different non-metric traits. We would next try to discuss on the phylogenetic classes of dentition, which has also been covered earlier, like haplodont, triconodont, tubercular molars, and quadritubercular molars. All these help us in various kind of occlusions and thus various kind of functions. Based on the sets of teeth, we can say there are polyphyodonts in case of snakes and sharks. There is diphyodonts, that is us in humans, and monophyodonts, like the rodents and the lower animals. Based on the sets of teeth, there are acrodonts in amphibians, pleurodonts, and lastly thecodonts. That is how we have our teeth, that is embedded in the sockets. There are homodont and heterodont animals, and similarly we can say that there are other different criteria like brachiodont, that is where the crown is short and the root is long, that is in case of humans. Similarly, there are hypsodont, which has the opposite, short roots and long crowns in case of the ungulates, or like horses, camels, cows, etc. We have got haplodonts like dolphins and carnassial teeth, which are found in the carnivores, mainly used for tearing flesh. Well, based on all these data, based on all what we have learned so far, we can say that the heterodont and diphyodont characteristics in human dentition already increases the likelihood of uniqueness. But the law of individuality in forensics, which says that no two things are similar in the world and everything is unique in itself, is further asserted by the probability of resemblance at the same angle, on the same commissure, on this of the same surfaces and on the same teeth with the same intensity and quality. This forms the basis of comparative dental identification in human anthropology. Coming to the next point, that is the non-metric traits. Well, morphological root traits are manifested as presence, absence, and varied degrees of expression, that is from slight to pronounced. These are the non-metric traits which are found in the roots and crowns of our teeth. Although there have been some morphological variables which exhibit a sexual differences, the majority of these traits show similar frequencies and class frequency distribution in males and females. Well, nowadays, though the ACEDAS method has been considered as obsolete. Now we follow the Richard Scott and Christy Turner method. These are the two gentlemen who have now developed the non-metric traits. Well, coming to the dental findings in the various principal populations, that is the Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Australoid, we can see that in Negroid population, the teeth are small with spacing, while it is more chisel-shaped in the Caucasoid population, and shovel-shaped lingual surfaces is more common in the Mongoloid population. Similarly, the inclination is more in the Mongoloid in the frontal region, and the premolars show a tubercle. While the Caucasoid have the tendency to show 5 cusps often, and sometimes even 4 cusps in the maxillary second molar. The roots are bent and splayed in case of the Caucasoids, while the third molars are rarely impacted when it comes to the Negroid population. While the Australoid population, we can say that there is gross attrition in the incisal and occlusal level, so we can have an idea of the dietary pattern. We can see that midline diastema is very common in the Australoid population, and the dental arch is the largest among all these 4 races. Coming to shoveling, we can say the Mongoloids have the highest frequency of shoveling, while the Caraveli cusp is more common in the Caucasoids. The protostylid is more common in the Mongoloids. Supernumerary teeth again is more common in the Negroids. Similarly, winging is seen more in the Mongoloid population, while peg-shaped teeth is highly frequent in the Caucasoid population. Next, coming to the changes in the result as a result of environmental, cultural, and habitual influences. There have been growth arrest lines and dental asymmetry appearing in various stages of tooth development, thus giving limitations in the tooth morphology. And this is a broad scale indicator of comparative stress levels that arise during the process of tooth formation, that is dentinogenesis and amelogenesis. If we go for trace element analysis through isotopes and through bone collagen or apatite present in our teeth, we can see that we can determine the general characteristics of diet in the early human populations. Within and between the group variations, attrition may reflect the kind of food habits that we used to have. Like we can say that earlier human beings were hunters and food gatherers, right? So that time we used to have more of a crude kind of diet, which led to very sharpened teeth. And as a result, the teeth were much more prominent and with the features were highly distinguishable. Nowadays, we have reduced ourselves to more of a refined diet, which is having high amounts of carbohydrates. So we can say that the caries index has also risen in the newer populations or in the modern population. And similarly, the different features that were seen in teeth, which were more useful for mastication of that crude food item that we used to have earlier, has been gradually reduced because they are no more much in use. Similarly, it is seen that in case of the molars, well, the primates have got more molars compared to the human beings. It is because of the kind of food habits that we have. Okay. Similarly, we see that based on this dietary pattern, we can also estimate regarding the economy of that period. The better the economy, the more refined is the diet. The lower the economy, the more is the diet. Right? Similarly, the use of teeth as tool has never been limited in either time and space. And throughout history, we have used teeth as for parafunctional habits as well. And because they are readily available and they have got their strength and they have got their compressibility, which helps us to perform variety of functions. Because of that, we can have some resultant traumatic fractures. We can have patterned attrition and abrasion in a uniform way, and it unravels a lot about individuals. For example, in case of carpenters, electricians, we see that they have a habit of holding the wires or the nails in their mouth. That develops a certain kind of attrition in a notch format. Okay, and it is seen characteristically in those workmen. So there have been also different cultural oriented tooth modifications. Example, the first picture here is of the Vikings. We can see that there is a certain depression found in the incisal teeth. That is because of their kind of habits that they used to have. Like earlier, we know that the Vikings were quite an aggressive race, and they used to get indulged in many kinds of warfares. They used to have the teeth used for many other purposes apart from eating. So that might be a reason for that. Similarly, we can see it's a very ceremonial process in the Bali population, that is of teeth filing. In the South American tribes, we can see that the teeth are modified into looking like needles, and teeth sharpening and teeth filing is a common process in various Indonesian tribes as well as African tribes. We can see in the Vietnamese culture, it is seen that they have a practice of teeth blackening. Similarly, the Mayans have been known to attach various stones as jewelries in the teeth. We can see in this picture here. In the Indian population, we can see gold inlays are quite common, as well as in the African population. And other modifications like notch in the central incisors, cross hatching, this kind of modification here are also quite prevalent. Similarly, we can see the use of tooth jewelry in one of the very well-known celebrities here, that is Madonna. We can see that nowadays tooth dental tattoos have also been quite common. And one such mutilation cases, these are mostly seen as invasive modifications, but there have been seen tendencies of mutilation that is seen in Eskimos, because the Eskimos or the Inuits of the region, they have the prevalent practice of wearing labrets, and they have got elaborate large labrets. Because of the accommodation of the labret, they have often indulge themselves in removing or mutilating part of the jaw and removing one teeth. Okay, so we can see with various cultures there are various kinds of tooth modifications which can tell us a lot about the people of that place. So coming to the call to actions that we need, first of all we need to promote, practice and advocate odontometrics, because India itself is a huge population with a way varied heritage. It is very rich in culture. So various cultures might be having various kinds of anthropometric data, which can only be collected properly if we are able to practice odontometrics. Similarly, the keynote behind everything is we need to make sure that we follow the best practices to get the best results. With this, we can say that all dentists have an alter ego of a detective. While we touch lives through smiles, we also touch the evidences with a smile, and we unravel a lot using teeth itself. So with that, I would like to conclude my lecture, and I would like to thank everybody for their valuable time and for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Devesh. I would like to personally congratulate you for your very beautiful, very colorful, and very nice presentation. It was great opportunity to learn from you about different aspects of forensic odontology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
And again, our chat box is empty. So now I'm considering all the guest speakers are so pro that they just don't keep any scope for any questions to arise only. So it's great to have such a panel of guest speakers.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now, as we move towards the last session of our today's webinar, session number 4, Advanced Forensic Odontology Technique. It is means as we move towards our last session, it makes me more and more greedy to grab some more knowledge from our own senior faculty, Dr. Deepa ma'am, and it's a great opportunity to learning from her. So I would hand over the screen to Deepa ma'am, and I would request her to start with her seminar presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Palak. Till now, we have heard very excellent presentations from Dr. Ayushi and Dr. Rebesh. And all of you must have now rich with all the knowledge of forensic odontology. Now I'll be going further ahead and talking a little bit about bite marks, like what are bite marks, how do you collect the evidence, and how you are going to relate the bite mark with the assailant. Okay, and then some highlight something about facial reconstruction and facial identification. So the learning objectives from this session will be like how the bite mark appearances are and how will you analyze, and then forensic facial reconstruction and identification. So a bite mark is nothing but a physical alteration on the surface. Like you can see it mainly on the skin, or even whatever you see on the food article. Every day, like we have bite marks. So there are lipstick prints when we drink from a glass. So bite marks are found everywhere. And it is the end product of a very highly complex. Now, when you think, like in a day-to-day activity, it is nothing much of significance. But when you think in a criminal activity, it is the end product of a highly complex set of events that includes the closure of the mouth, the movement of the victim trying to protect herself or himself, the angle and the force exerted by the biter. It is said that nearly 11 kgs of force is exerted by the incisors when the person is biting. Okay, and then further it is complicated by the factors like the biting teeth. When the biter is biting, if they are fractured, how is his occlusion, the TM joint pressure, and the viscoelastic properties of the skin bitten. Like our skin, it is highly viscoelastic due to the presence of collagen. So now there is an American Board of Forensic Odontology, as all of us know, and they say that a bite mark is defined as an injury in the skin caused by contacting teeth with or without lips or the tongue, which shows the representational pattern of the oral structures. So now, as I had mentioned in the first lecture, that there was an Adam case when he bit on the apple. That was the first one where the bite mark evidence was there. Okay. Then we have one more. The first incidence of the trials of this was in 1692, which is termed as Salem witch trials. Like in a robbery case, the bite was registered on the cheese, and then with the help of that, they have identified the thief and they have helped in solving the case in America. And the next one, which is most widely known, is a Ted Bundy case, where he was a serial killer in Florida, and he was identified by the bite mark, and he was convicted by the US judicial system. So now, what can cause these bite marks? These bite marks can occur as a type of interpersonal domestic violence, very commonly seen in child abuse, intimate partner abuse, then elderly abuse, and the locations vary according to the type of abuse. Like if it is a partner abuse, they are seen on the breast, armpits, okay, and then they are seen on the back. In the children, they are seen on the cheek, and then even in the intimate abuse, it can be seen on the private parts like the genitalia and the groin areas. So these are the common areas where bite marks are seen. So now there are some characteristics of these bite marks, like grossly, how they look. Like a gross characteristic, when you see to identify it as a bite mark, it looks like a circular. As you can see here, this is a hand. It is a circular or oval pattern injury, and it will show two opposing arches, okay, of the upper and the lower teeth, and these are usually U-shaped, and they are separated by their bases, by the open spaces. So now, what are the class characteristics? Now, whenever you see a bite mark, there are these characteristics which you should identify, which are distinct, and they will allow to differentiate one teeth from the other. Now, as you can see here in this picture, the incisors, they have a rectangular outline. Okay, the canine are triangular or rectangular. Okay, and then the premolars may be spheroidal or point shaped, and then again it will vary according to adhesion. If there is any fracture, anything, it will vary. So then that individual thing will come in class characteristics, like if there is a fractured tooth, or there is a mesiolabal or a distopalatal rotation, if there is any spacing, all these are termed as individual characteristics. So what we saw, gross, class, and individual characteristics. So now whenever you see a bite mark, it is not a simple bite mark. there are different injuries associated with that, like abrasion, a contusion. Contusion is a blunt injury. Then abrasion is a superficial bleeding will be there, and the browning, scaling, and laceration, where it can be deep, or a part of the skin may be cut out. And so this will indicate of the occlusal surface of the biting dentition. So it will give us an idea like how the biting dentition of the assailant, like who is doing the crime, can be. So in this picture, you can see the bite mark which is there, and the contusion, and then the surrounding area, all ecchymosis is there. And always this scale, what you see, is known as the ABFO scale. I'll talk about this scale in the further slides. So now, this is like a pictorial representation. Like you can see, you can identify, first when you see, you can see the shape, you can identify by the size. This is the size is smaller, it is a lower arch, bigger upper arch, and then the teeth according to the shape of the, the surfaces inside the surface. And these are the petechial hemorrhages, which can be seen here. So the bite mark is produced. Now it is produced first due to teeth pressure, and starts first when the mandible is closed, and then what will happen? There is a suction of the skin, and this will be a negative pressure. And with this, there can be a tongue thrust also. Many times, they are known as lingual marks. So, and it depends on when the person is biting, he will bite, and then when he is trying to come out, or when the victim is trying to protect, it may tear the skin also. So, there is almost 11 kg pressure is exerted, and it may reach up to 8 pounds per square inch. So, the suction, what is there, it may produce a negative pressure of 20 mm of mercury. So now these were what we saw were human marks. It is not that only human marks are there. There are so many cases of animal bite marks also. Like if you see, the dog bites are the most common recorded in any cases. We see stray dogs are there who are uncontrolled. You can see this picture of a dog bite which is seen here. And then the second slide picture which shows this body was dead, the dead victim, and then the cat has bitten off the ear. Okay. So these are the ones. Now you should be able to identify whether it's an animal or a human bite. Now this is your dentition. What you see here on the cursor is a dentition of a dog. The upper and the lower arch, it looks like that. And you see the canines are very sharp, and they will bite the skin and tear it apart. And you can see in this picture how badly and severely the back of a child and the head are mutilated by the dog bite. And this black and white picture here in the circle shows this is a dead body which is being mutilated or bitten by a rodents. They are rodents, they will cause small bites on the nose, on the cheek. So these are injuries caused by rodents. So whenever you see a bite mark, first you should be able to identify whether it is caused by a human or it is caused by an animal. That is the first thing which you should see. And then not only that, bite marks are seen on your common food items, where it is easily seen in the cheese, the apple bite, chocolate. These are where the bite marks will remain for some time. Okay, and these slides shows the various 3D printing, models, where this is of the apple, this is of the cheese, and this is of the chocolate, where the bite mark has been registered. You have taken the bite mark, you have taken the scan, and then you have done the 3D printing. So these are all bite marks on the food items. So what you can do, you can match this also with the assailant's teeth, and you can come to a conclusion. So now coming to the classification of bite marks, the classification, there are 3 classifications are there. First was given by Cameroon, which he says you can divide into agents that produce the mark, like an animal or a human, and the materials that have exhibited the marks, like the skin or any food particle. The McDonald is classified according to tooth pressure, tongue pressure, and then tooth scraping when he's pulling out the skin. Okay. Then the Webster has classified according to the bites in the chocolate, apple, and cheese, depending on the impregnation which is there on the food substances. So now each bite mark has a variables are there. Now, as I told earlier, each teeth is unique. Similarly, each bite mark will be unique most of the times, and it is distinctive. Okay, some may have rotation, spacing, depending on the individual characteristics. And now there are certain variations which are there depending on the condition, like depending on the structure and the vascularity, whichever area is there, like the genital areas and all those are very highly vascular. Okay, and the loose tissues, they are very highly vascular. Children and elderly will bruise more easily due to the delicate skin in the in the former, and the subcutaneous tissue is lost in the elderly. Okay, and the health status of the victim, like if he is hypertensive or he has a blood disorder, liver dysfunction, the bruising will be more. It will affect the bruising. Then there are certain medications which will increase the bleeding after the injury, like aspirin, antiplatelet drugs, steroids. They will alter the healing of the bruising. And even the mass and the velocity of the impact. So the depth and the surface of the injury will influence the type of the injury cause as well as the rate of the healing. Now we will see certain cases like to identify caused by, again, human or animal, and then whether caused by a, so you can see that when you come to know human, now you have to identify the age also. So it will help you to narrow down the suspects. Now when you see here on the hand, you can see here there are certain, small teeth and they are spaced. So you can see that it is caused by a deciduous dentition, and so you can narrow down your suspect to a child. You have the children have fights among themselves. So this could be the assailant could be a child. And in the second case, you can see the bite mark is there, and it is showing a central contusion with a pale area from the tongue thrusting. Like when they are biting, even if they push the tongue pressure, there will be a tongue thrust pressure here, and these will be the pale area which is there. So now these are the drag marks. Now you see here the marks are there, but the surrounding area there are drag marks when it is pulling away. Okay, this is seen on the face, and then here on the skin you can see here it is very irregular. Okay, hazy. So these are the dried bite marks which may be caused by mandibular teeth. Now lingual bite marks caused by the lingual pressure of the tongue and the mandible. Okay, they are like short gumdrop shaped, appear centripetally and radiate from the arches. Like these you can see here, very small curves are there and they are radiating from the arches. Okay, you can see these are known as the lingual bite marks. You can see the impregnation of the lingual or the palatal surfaces of the teeth. So they are short, linear or gumdrop shaped patterns. They are known as lingual bite. So now sometimes there is double bite marks are also seen. The 2-2-inch patterns are there, followed by, as the teeth are slipping when they are trying to bite, and then they reapplicate the force, and then they create a concentric duplication of the pattern. So these are known as the double bite marks, which are there. And then you have the complex bite marks. As you can see here, there's a lot of abrasion, laceration, okay, and there is hemorrhage in these pictures, and then there is a avulsion of the tissue also, which is there. And so these will be the complex bite marks. So now whenever you are seeing a bite mark, you can say that you have to identify. There is something known as points. You give like point, match point. Like it is used for comparison or evaluation. That means you have the assailant's cast, and you can see there is some matching there, and a concordant point is that is seen, similarity is seen both in that mark and then the suspect who is there. So now coming to the ABFO guidelines for evidence collection. Now you see the patient, if the patient can be alive or dead, there can be two scenarios. The patient may be alive or he can be dead. So if the patient is alive, you can take the history, like when it occurred, what was the time, how did the injury occur, what was the reason. Okay. Then you describe the bite mark. Okay, according to the demographics, location, what is the location on the hand, on the face, what is the shape, the color, the surface, and the size. Everything should be described in detail. So taking the proper history is very, very important. The time, everything, so that you can, whether the victim was conscious or unconscious. Very small children may not be able to divulge all the details, but you have to extract it from them or from the parent. That is very important, recording the history. And then next, very, very important here is your photograph. So this is the one, what happens for naive people, like whoever it is, we will take a photograph. Okay, but the photograph has to be taken in a particular manner. First is a normal orientation photograph you take to know the location of the bite mark that you will take. Then you will take this ABFO2 scale. Now this is one which was given by the American Board of Forensic Odontology, and it has a numerical reading on that. And you can see you can see that this is a circles are there. So what are the uses or what are the indicator of the circles is to know whether when you're taking a photograph, you have taken it at a right angle or no. Otherwise, when you take a photograph and then when you see it on your computer, you will see that if it is not taken properly, there is a perspective distortion. This term is very, very important. There should be no perspective distortion. Otherwise, you are going to match the bite mark with that of the assailant. So that if there is any distortion, even minor, then that matching will be false. So perspective distortion should be not there, so that to identify that we have these circles. So if these circles are replicated as it is on the scale are there, or later on, during the analysis, there are multiple steps in the software. That time you'll come to know if it is elongated or narrowed down or broadened. So they should look as it is. This is one circle one. So whenever you're taking a photograph, it should be taken at a 90-degree angle, perpendicular to the skin surface. Okay, that is very, very important when you are taking a photograph. So you can see there are two photographs are taken. First, this is a location, orientation, and then with the scale. Now, orienting the scale is also important. Like you should not do it, place it oblique or however, it should be positioned in a proper manner. Like if you don't have the scale, now this scale is available on Amazon for a very less amount. And if you have, it is available in US only. So you can order it on Amazon, or you can, if you have some known people in US, you can always take it from them. So this is a very important scale. And there is one more, a red color, newer one has also come. The scale, the colored version has also come. So it will help us to match the color, how much is that red color of what the injury is there. It will help us in matching. So whenever you're taking a photograph, keep it at an angle of 90 degrees. That is very, very important. That is a closer photo. Now in this photographs also is one entire session, how to take a photograph of a bite mark. It is not so easy as I am telling you all. It requires a lot of practice, and good standardized devices are there. Like you have a SLR camera, there are bifocal lenses. There are different devices which are there to collect the evidence also, like invasive and non-invasive. So this, what I'm telling you, is a non-invasive one where only a photograph with your Nikon cameras can be used. So now you can take it with the ABFO scale, and then this is the orientation, and this is your with the scale. So this is how that it should orient, the scale should be oriented properly. This is a L-shaped scale. Okay, vertical and horizontally it should be oriented. This is very, very important. So now when you have curved surfaces, like around the angle of the mandible or the breast, okay, it is necessary to take photographs in more than 2 planes, and you should take serial photographs and various films and light sources. That light source, the proper lighting is also and plays a very important role in taking the, as you can see, there are 2 angles at which the photograph is taken. So a proper professional photographer who is very good, or if you're interested, you can practice it, and the photograph, because that is a major evidence, because the bite mark will eventually heal. If that patient is, if you lose this evidence, then the matching will be very difficult. So now next is the impression. Now first you have taken the photo, you have located it, identified it, and then you take the impression. Now there are many impression materials which are there, the green stick and all that is there. But the ADA specifies 2 light and heavy body elastomeric impression materials are taken. They are the best for recording the impression of the bite mark. So, and it will help us to be taken on the surface, how that surface looks, and if there is a current relationship with the curvature. So it will help us. So now you can see how a light body one, now this is a bite mark. You can see how they are going to apply it on the surface. Okay, this is, they are applying it and squeezing it, and then you have this final impression, and then you take it out, and then you see, and you can pour it also. Okay, that thing you can pour it on the cast, and you will see it here. And these are the ways. There are different ways of taking these, again, impressions. So you have taken the impression, and then next is you have to take a salivary swab. As I told you in my first lecture, the salivary swab, like that, it contains the bite mark. From the bite mark, there is a lot of saliva of the assailant. Okay, so you have to take 2 swabs. The first cotton swab you immerse in distilled water, and then you slightly swipe it around so that any debris or anything, you take it out. And then next is you take a dry one, and then you collect the saliva from that. This is for the DNA analysis. After that, you dry these swabs for 45 minutes, and then you can send it for DNA analysis. So this collection of swab is very, very important because it forms one very important, where the DNA identification is done. So salivary, collecting the saliva swab is also very important. And one more very important thing is after you have collected the evidence is providing first aid to the patient. Because you have seen so many injuries in some very serious private parts around the skin, very highly vascular areas, and they cause a lot of infection. Even they say that human bites are more infectious than animal bites. Okay, so you have to treat them with antibiotics. And if there is an injury which has disrupted the skin, it should be treated and sutured as soon as possible. So after all documentation to the scale is complete, you excise the bite mark, avoid any tissue distortion through shrinkage, so that to preserve photographically the color and depth and for microscopic slide preparation. So now you have seen of the victim now, what all you did for the victim, and next is you have to collect the evidence from the suspect. So now in this you have again extraoral, and you take the proper history, everything you record is demographic detail, the age, gender, everything in detail, like how we take a case history, detail analysis of the evidence. Like, like it is not easy to identify the suspects. There may be number, you cannot zero down to one person. There may be number of or a group of suspects. So you have to do proper case history, do their extraoral examination, soft tissue and hard tissue, to see if you get any evidence from that assailant or from the suspect, so that you can try to nail him. And you identify how much is his maximum opening, and if there is any deviation, if there is any deviation or deflection, like that can be identified on the bite mark. Okay. And then you intraoral examination, you have to take his salivary swab also, identify the periodontal status of the patient, his tongue position, and then you prepare a dental chart of all these tooth marks. And then you take an impression, again same, you take an elastomeric impression of that patient. You identify what is his occlusal relationship. Okay, this is help us to correlate. And then you have to take these impressions and then you take a cast, make a cast, and you take two, three casts out of that. And then photographs are important. Again, in this now you will have an extraoral photograph of the side view, profile view, facial views, lateral view, then the occlusal view of each arch as seen here. Normally how we take for patients, we have to take all these photographs of the suspected victims. You are just suspecting them. So detail, you should not miss any detail from the patient. So then these impression what you have taken, you should pour it on a cast with a dental stone, okay, on a dental stone, and you can make additional casts so that it is better to duplicate them and keep these casts where and you are always. And then now you again take a photograph of that with the ABFO scale. So now you're using the ABFO scale first to take the photograph of the bite mark and then also of the cast. So these two are important. So now the attacker may transfer personal identity on the victim or vice versa. Even the victim's identity can be transferred onto the patient, like saliva, blood, sperm, sweat or hair. Okay, clothing with the assailant's DNA can be there. The attacker's skin under the fingernails has also been found. So all these things you have to take care. So now after all this, the initial analysis, what you do is, first thing, is it a bite mark? Because sometimes, the ECG pads and all which are there, whatever, sometimes you place some instruments on our skin and all, they also look like bite marks, especially the ECG electrodes. But you see, they are small, circular, oval in color, and they are in shape, and they are well defined out there. Then next is it a human or animal? Okay, first thing, that also is very important, from the shape, surfaces, the characteristic, gross and class characteristics. And then if it is an adult or a child, okay, then if it is, you see, depending on the spacing and the size of the teeth, you can zero down whether it is an adult or a child. And then you can also discriminate whether it is an upper and lower arch. You can discriminate it, it is very important. And then there are other individual characteristics like fractures, rotation, spacing, okay, any like a talon's cusp is seen, something like that. Okay, and are these bite marks ante-mortem or post-mortem? Okay, so many times we get evidence after the patient is dead. Okay, that where there could be a rape case or something, or a murder, and you want to try catch the assailant or identify the victim. So that is why it can be ante-mortem or post-mortem. So, and this bite mark analysis is a part of a medico-legal autopsy. Like as I told earlier, we can narrow down whether caused by human teeth, detail classify it, and then you can report the findings. Now, the quality of the bite mark is also very important. It is not enough that if you have a bite mark and it will help us to identify, but the quality is also important. Like it should have a class characteristic recorded in a distorted free pattern. Okay, the incisal edges should be outlined and numbered by drag marks. Any distractions, irregularities, these are all. The skin has got a viscoelastic property. So when it is there, the person is biting, and then when he's pulling the skin, and then when it is shrinking. So all these changes are there. Okay. And individual characteristics should have to be shown in sufficient quantity. So if it is poor, then the tooth marks are absent, they are smudged, indistinct, faded, or distorted, that the incisal edge morphology is effaced or it cannot be seen. So now next is you come to the analysis. So there are different ways of doing the analysis, a number of ways. Broadly, you can call them as pattern analysis and metric analysis. Pattern is whatever I described, all these patterns, and then you try to match them. Metric is you do measurements. Like we saw in odontometrics, we do measurements with the help of a vernier caliper, a digital. You measure the teeth, the intercanine width, and then you apply it on the bite mark and you try to correlate the intercanine width. These studies have been done. So now there are many methods of comparing the exemplars, whatever you get you make out of the bite marks. Initial ones were the overlays. Okay, their type of overlays are computer generated. Okay, you can generate it on the computers by either scanning it. You take the photograph and then you scan it and then you try to draw it. Okay, then you transfer it onto a software. Image of the cast printed on a transparency film. Okay, computer generated, superimposed the cast over the bite mark. Then there are some simple test bites with the help of wax, beeswax, styrofoam, clay, Elua wax, and then you have the comparison techniques. So these are the ones which are there normally, and then there are certain advanced techniques like transsimulation of the bite mark with the help of ultraviolet light and infrared, alternate light imaging, scanning electron microscopy, and the computer enhancement with like 3D printing and CBCT. So now these are the static techniques. Now you see, this is, can you all identify what this could be? Anybody can tell me what material is this? So this is the cheese. So this is the cheese, and you have seen the bite mark on the cheese. Okay. Now this technique, what they have done, they have taken this victim's impression, made a splint or a tray like thing, and they have tried to superimpose, and then they have seen here. Now in this 2-3 region, you see here, it is missing here, and so that can be identified here also. So this was one method of a vague method of matching. So now these are the bite marks taken of the victim on a Elua wax. This was initially used. Okay, and then you have the assailant's cast. Okay, you scan it, inverse it, and then you try to match it with the help of Adobe Photoshop or softwares. So initially we had these overlays. You have, this is a hollow one, this is filled, and this is a compound one, which were drawn on acetate sheets, and then you on a projector sheet, and then you scan it, and then you try to match with that of the victim. Okay, you can see a wear facet here. Now these wax bite patterns are there. Okay. And then these are the patterns which are there from the bite mark, and then you try to superimpose them. So now what is normally being done? Like now I have a photograph of the bite mark. I am going to put it on a software like Adobe or GIMP, and with the help of these selection tools which are there, I will draw the outlines of the bite mark. And then I will scan the cast, and similarly I will draw the outlines on the cast. And then I will combine both of them on this, and I'll try to match if there is any matching. Like if you see here, this is a bite mark on the hand, and this has been superimposed. There are different methods. It's a big process to do this. It's not so simple. And you can see whether this bite mark is getting, matching with the bite mark on the face. If these lines which are drawn, okay, these exemplars. So you can see here the rotation which is there. It is identified on this. So this could be probably be the biter. So this is how the matching or a pattern analysis is done. So the metric analysis I told you is how you do with a vernier caliper, you measure the teeth, the distance, okay, and then you try to match, but it is not very specific. There are certain studies done where they are trying to measure the intercanine width, the angulation, and the linear measurements, and then they have tried to match. So these are the different ways you can do the bite mark matching. So then advanced techniques like 3D CBCT are there. Like it is seen, because of the radiation safety concern, many studies are done on food particles. Now this is the cross-sectional areas you can see. There are many, many cross-sections are there. And then this is the lateral. And then if the bite mark is there, you can measure these bite marks. And then on this is the frontal or the coronal plane. And you can measure this and you try to match it with that of the victim. So even CBCT and 3D printing can be used to do the pattern matching of the analysis. How do you conclude is, if there is a definite, like there are certain individual characteristics are there, then you can tell that definitely it is a positive bite mark. Okay. And there are no reasons you can exclude, then highly probable. So could be class characteristics are there. Possible, maybe class characteristics are there and you are not having anything to exclude. If it is unlikely or incompatible, you do not find any matching because of the dentition is seen, then it is not there. It is not included. It is not the biter. So you can see that same thing. If it is caused by human teeth, yes or not. Okay. Sufficient value. It can be inconclusive. He can be excluded or he cannot be excluded. That it could probably be the biter, possibly be the biter. So this is how you write the report and give. So till now we saw how bite marks help to like nail a assailant who has done a bite mark on the victim. But now there is something known as the Innocence Project, which has been, these NGO programs have been running in California, USA, Australia, where they say that very carefully when you are giving the report, you should be very careful because it has been proven that they have been wrongly being convicted by bite marks. They have spent 35 years in jail. And then because of, later on they tried to collect more evidence and then it was seen that he was innocent. So this Innocence Project is there where you can help prevent wrongful convictions. So there are that bite mark. This is the other side of the coin of bite marks. So you should be very, very careful when you are doing the analysis and you are writing the report so that you don't convict the wrong person. So now we saw about bite marks. So next I'm going to talk about this forensic facial reconstruction. It was a very interesting topic for me when I, like few years ago and I did a study on this. So it's like now we saw from morning, we are seeing that there are so many methods of identification. In a mass disaster site, you go there and you have an airplane crash, for example, and there are hundreds of bodies are lying there and you are not able to identify. Okay, what you're not able to identify the victim. So you have to, in that cases, you have to reproduce their face. So from the remains which are there. So it is used primarily in missing or unidentified persons. So now this forensic facial reconstruction is usually a last resort. When all the methods have failed to find the individuals, we use it. So now why we are doing this forensic facial reconstruction? Now suppose the unidentified body is found. It is not necessary that it should be recent. There are so many things which are found years later, somewhere dug in the in your compound or in your garden, and then somebody is digging and you find out. So to identify that, usually what is done when you have unidentified body or remains are found, you take a photograph, you call the relatives and you try to identify. Then if the body is unidentifiable and there is a lot of assault is there due to local factors, environmental factors, it is badly mutilated, that time we require forensic facial reconstruction. So it is it's a scientific art to reconstruct the ante-mortem face from the unknown human skeletal remains. So, and it is a last resort to create an individual's facial appearance for personal identification. Basically, we are going to identify who is the person. That is used mainly for personal identification. Now, it is not related only to forensics. You have both forensic and archaeologists who are interested in this. In forensics, it is used for identification, where the conventional and usual methods are unsuccessful. And in archaeology, it is used to identify faces of the people from the past, bone remains, emblem bodies. Like, in Karnataka itself, near Anigiri Taluk, so there were so many remains which were found out. That was some maybe in the 18th century or 19th century, the remains were found out. And later on, they did so much identification. Like, you take the skull and you come to know whether the gender, like how Dr. Ayushi told in the morning, the gender, you can identify it's male or female, you can identify the race. Okay, so, and if you want to identify the person from that, that time it is an interest to the archaeologist. So now the skull is of a great interest to the anatomy person. The anatomy people who are there, they have done a lot of research on this. So it will give a clue to personal appearance. Like, you have so many anatomical landmarks, the orbit, the supracella, the nasion, the gonion, all these landmarks which are there, they are located on the bony part of the skull, and they also have a soft tissue overlying that. So this soft tissue thickness, the main thing of this forensic facial reconstruction lies in knowing the soft tissue facial thickness. So as we know, each race has its own peculiar color, eyes, the shape of the nose, the angle, the contour of the face. Everything is different for every person. It is not the same for everybody. So we are using that in background, they will try to reconstruct the face. So very important, you all should remember, is the facial soft tissue thickness. This data is very, very important in reconstructing the face. So there are different techniques which are there. Simple one which I can tell you is a portrait. You can do missing person is there, they identify, they will draw a portrait and you can do. It is the most easiest thing. Then there are two-dimensional, if you classify them, and three-dimensional. In three-dimensional also, the Russian technique, the anatomical, anthropometrical, American, and a combination technique, that is the Manchester technique, which is more famous. So coming to some history of these facial techniques, reconstruction. So the first reconstruction was done by a German anatomist known as William Hees in 1895. So he reconstructed the face of a German composer, Johann Sebastian Bach. During the late 1880s and 1890s, so Wilhelm modified this technique. What they did is they did reconstruction by simple ways. And then, as I told you, that's how we are going to reconstruct. They will first started with a small, thin, sharp needle, and then it had a rubber stop on that with a wider blade. So the tissue distortion became less and it gave more accurate results. I'll show you the some pictures. Later, in 1946, Krogman defined some basic principles. It is just not your patching up. Okay, there has to be some science to that also. Like how the eyeballs are related to the orbit, the shape of the nose tip, the location of the ear, the width of the mouth and the ear length. Okay. And then these, what Krogman identified, that these modifications should be done. And in 1981, Cadwell assured like three-dimensional reconstructions are required through a questionnaire. And then, and there is this Professor Galina in the last 20 years, she has been deriving data from different ethnic groups like Koreans, Buryats, Kazakhs, Pashtuns, Uzbeks, Armenians, Russians and Lithuanians using the thickness by ultrasound. She's measuring the thickness of living people and making a data. Can come to that. So now this new soft tissue thickness data for male and female populations were published again in 1984 by Professor Richard Helmer in Germany. So now it's not very simple to do this reconstruction. It's a very scientific and advanced technology based thing. So for that, each person is different. So you should have a soft tissue thickness data. So that is very much required to do a reconstruction. So now, then it came the Mikhail Gerasimov, a Russian paleontologist. He is known as the father of this technique of forensic facial reconstruction. So he developed the Russian method in which the development of the musculature of the skull and the neck is regarded as fundamental importance. So till now, what you saw was there was some, anatomical points which were added. Now he added and emphasized on the musculature also should be there, because on the face there are so many important muscles which are there. And therefore, he created a repetitive system of measurements of thickness of the soft tissues. So, and he reconstructed over 200 heads of prehistoric ancestors and works on the faces of the early fossil men like Neanderthaloid and Pithecanthropus. So these were the reconstructions, which he has done, which I found. So he searched, found the databases, and he made all these very old reconstructions he did. So now Richard Neave is a leading medical illustrator in the Department of Anatomy. So the anatomy department is very much active in doing these because they are dealing with these landmarks and the reconstruction. So he followed the footsteps of Russian Gerismo, the father, and he reconstructed faces of many historical figures. So this is like the head was there of Philip II, and then he reconstructed this face on the head, on the skull. Basically, the skull was there, and then he added the facial soft tissue thickness, the musculature, the eye details, and then the color of the skin, the shading, and then the hair. And then he roughly created this head of Philip II. So now these were all about history, how it has advanced from the plaster technique it is called into the advanced techniques. So now this was a case of a young teenager, Karen Prince. She had started staying as a paying guest and then she suddenly disappeared. And then when nobody could find out where she went, after 10 years of her murder, in the backyard of a house which was renovated, her dead body was tied in a carpet. The body was found. And then with electric flex. So when the forensic experts examined the remains, they found out that rotted particle clothing which was still there around some of the bones. Okay, and then blonde curls were also visible. So you see hair was there around the skull, and a pair of gift earrings were found nearby. So this remains of her clothing helped to identify the chronology of her death. Okay, and many clues were there, and then this was done, a reconstruction was done. So you can see that it is very much matching. The nose and the eyes and the hair are matching. So there are cases like this. So now we will see the techniques which are there, which is done. So traditionally, it's very disalarmingly simple. If you are a good hand, you have a very skill, like how we create idols for our Ganesha festival. Similarly, like that, the tools and modeling tools are there, and you have a cocktail sticks which are there, and the eyes you can reconstruct. Okay, and of course, you should have a specialized knowledge of an anatomist. Then the combination method, which was developed by Neave, as I told you earlier, he did that reconstruction of Philip II, which is accepted today. In this, both the soft tissue thickness and the facial muscles are taken into consideration, and now whatever advancement is there is based on these methods. So now you have a skull which is there. Now this what I am showing you is a 3D reconstructed skull. And these are the pegs which are there, soft tissue markers which are there identified on that. This depth will depend on the soft tissue thickness which is there. Okay, I'll tell you about the data. So what you are doing is you're going to make the markers as a depth tissue on the skull. Okay, so measuring these depths is based on the study which are there already. In India, the database is not there, but a few studies are done in different parts of India, but you should have a national database. These databases are there in USA, Australia. From there, they will take out the data and they will make these soft tissue markers. So, and then these strips of clay begin to fill on and then you fill the clay on that. And the artist will begin to refine it. He will draw eyes, the shape of the orbit, okay? And then the lips are there. And then with the help of the musculature, he'll create a facial contour. And this is the finished reconstruction. This was of a boy who was in the jail. Okay, so this is how this is done. So what are the drawbacks here? You should have the knowledge of facial soft tissue thickness measured at the selected landmarks. Okay, there are so much variations are there. Age, gender, nutritional status, rates and intensities of aging. So details of the nose, eyes and ears and lips, they cannot be constructed exactly from this skull. So this detail, if you don't have, it is very difficult. And secondary characteristics like hair can only be predicted if enough soft tissue remains are there and will help us to predict the features. Like in that lady, some hair was found and it was blonde, so they could recreate. So next is the tissue depth method or orthogonal American method developed by Krogman. Again, same here, soft tissue depth is there. And then fine measurements are obtained by needles, X-rays or ultrasound, and then they are adapted. So here, okay, I'll show you this method here. You have the skin, you have the skull. You will do a 3D scanning of the skull. Okay, you will do this 3D scanning. So whenever you get a skull, what you have to do, it is not like how you are going. So you will collect all the details from where you collected, whatever history and whatever literature you can collect from that skull. First, I will get the skull. I will try to identify the gender. I will try to identify the age. When the teeth are there, they can help us. You can take a radiograph of the teeth, plain radiograph or a 3D radiograph, and then you try to identify the age and the gender of the skull. And then with the help of the tissue markers, I am going to identify or the thickness and I am going to mold it. So the final product will be something like this. Okay, with the eyeballs, I am going to add, okay, and then this will look, and then I will create some, the pupil and all, I'll add some hair, and so this is how a reconstructed of an African male and an Asian male. So this is how it is done. So now there is a simple photographic superimpositions are also there. Like they will try to identify the skull is there with that of an anti-mortem face or photographic overlay it was there, and they will try to match it with the help of advanced software. And this is known as facial approximation, where you have a list of the potential victims is known to you and the investigating authorities if that is there. And then anti-mortal facial photographs can be obtained if for some individuals are there, okay, who are missing, if you have the list of that. And then, sorry for this, you can match it. So the Sheena Bora case, which was, when her mother was convicted, so this case was identified with the help of this facial superimposition by the remains which was found. And the assailant was at the home only. So this is how you can do. This is the skull. What you will get is a skull. Nothing else. You have only the skull and you have to do it. So if you have the victim's photo, you try to superimpose it with special softwares and you see if this will fit. So this is known as facial approximation. So how it is done, the skull is mounted on a support which will allow movement in 3 dimensions, and you have a high resolution video camera at right angles. So 2 angles, you are taking 2 cameras and you take it from 2 different angles, and then with the help of a software, you mix it in horizontal and vertical and negative simulation. And if teeth are there, if teeth are also there, with the help of, you can try to overlap and superimpose it into a video picture. So now, whatever it is there, whenever you get a skull, it is very important that you do an osteological analysis, okay, of the gender, as I told you, ethnic identification. You can do a metric analysis, the size and the shape of the teeth, and dental analysis prior to reconstruction. Now, next is your computerized, the latest ones which are there. These techniques are there already, but now the latest ones are different softwares are there, like 3D animation softwares, sensible technologies, and other systems used like sculpture system, haptic feedback, and all these are there. These are all technologies which are there. Like from the skull, the software will give us, reconstruction done in few minutes. So now it's not so easy as it looks. You should have special softwares for that. Now I have this skull of this patient. Okay, unidentified remain. I have tried to identify the ethnicity, age, gender. And then what I am going to do, I am going to put the eyeballs into the orbit. Okay, here. And then with the help of the soft tissue thickness data, which is available already, saved in your databases, I will try to reconstruct each part of the skull separately. I will try to reconstruct depending on the musculature and the shape, whatever databases I have found. If I know the ethnicity and if that ethnicity database is available, I'll try to match it. So, and then the final product is like this. So you can see the final product. So this is the latest one, which is there. And mainly how you're going to do it, articulate it, balance the FH plane, use tissue pucks and markers, okay, either directly or in previously drilled holes, and then you measure the depending on the mean tissue depth you have obtained from the databases. So now this is the haptic feedback system. What I showed you that image, it helps us to give us analysis and a series of data. Okay, and it has all the different databases incorporated, which will help us to tell what is the attachment position of the eye, the malar, tubercle, everything. So it requires both anthropological and computer modeling skills, and it will decrease the practitioner subjectivity. Our error is decreased, and it will create multiple images quickly and efficiently. Like what we saw in this combination or Manchester method, one skull is there, and it will take a lot of time to do reconstruction with hands. So it is nothing but your skill is there, and it is subjective. If your skill is not good, there can be error in that. So, but here that error is prevented. So what is important is a database of the head models, both skulls and the soft tissue depth, with their personal characteristics like age, sex, race, and nutrition is required. So this is very important to have a database. So the remains of the disease are first examined by a team of forensic pathologists, post-mortem, and then anthropologists will do an osteological study, and a radiologist. So we as radiologists can help us giving this, doing the scanning and try to superimpose and make this. So all the information obtained by osteoanalysis will help in matching. So what is the advantage? The ease of the procedure and the reduced time, and the ability of producing several possible models from a given skull. That is very important. Like you cannot tell, no, only this is there. Like how we saw in age estimation, different methods are being used to derive a particular age, because this is a case where you're going to identify a person. You cannot be just from one simple method. So, or you can make many, many different images and you try to take out the best one. So it decreases the amount of artistic subjectivity found in various methods and improves the reproducibility of reconstructions. Finally, this three-dimensional model can be moved under several angles. It can be animated, and you can see all the aspects, and will increase the probability of identification of an individual. So now this is one advanced where versions are there. Statistical models have been calculated with the help of artificial intelligence, where you feed the data, and this you have done a 3D reconstruction from the skull. You have scanned the skull or a 3D image you have taken, and then with the database which you have found, and then there are input images which are there already in the database, and then one and one you try to match, and then you get the final result. So these are, and then you match it with the help of your texture complexion. There are certain softwares to match the texture, so that ultimately you see this is the result. There are different gradient softwares are there, so it will help us to match depending on the race which are there. So now till now, what you have understood is that abroad there are many databases which are already there. As I'll show you the databases. This is the one that is known as craniofacialidentification.com. So this is a link. If you click on the link, you will have different, side headings here and different. Click on that, and then Excel sheets will open where all this till 2018 the data is there. Soft tissue thickness data of all the points on the face and the skull are there. So with that data, that particular region, they will take the race, the ethnicity, they will match and they will do it. So now what we know is the soft tissue thickness data is very, very important to us. So this is a very important guide, and this will vary according to age, gender, height, weight, BMI, and importantly, as dentists, the occlusion and the facial profile also is going to affect these facial reconstructions. Okay, this is there, the artistic method, how anatomists will try to sculpt face from the skull. And that is why we need to measure, because every region specific databases are required. Now, as I told you, the craniofacialidentification.com, there are data are available. Okay. So depending on the race, gender, India has a different ethnicity. So many multicentric regions are there. So it is very important that we have an Indian database. So there are different methods, how you are going to obtain the facial soft tissue thickness. One, what we saw was a needle puncture method. Okay, but it is invasive. And then is your plain X-ray film images, like you can take lateral CEFs, PA views, then ultrasonography, MRI, CT, CBCT, all these can be used to measure the thickness. So now as we can see, these are the different skeletal classes. So thickness will vary according to the skeletal classes also. And then I did a study a few years back where, with the help of in a Haryana population, where this lateral cephalograms were taken and of male and females were compared. And then I with the help, because we know the lateral cephalogram has a very good latitude, we can do the soft tissue measurements at different points on the lateral ceph. Okay, and then I compared it between males and females, and in 2-3 points like the sella nasion, superioris gonion, cogonion, I found the males and female thickness is different, and in skeletal classes also they vary. So it is important. So I have a data of Haryana data. Similarly, one more study was done in Gujarat only. Lodha et al. They have done, and they have taken skull views of the PA and the lateral views, and they have made a database of this, and they have found good statistical difference between male, female, and different. So we have a database of these soft tissue thicknesses. And with this soft tissue thickness data is there, in CT there are so many advanced softwares which are there, which you can do superimposition and you can build this facial reconstruction you can do. So MRI, because it is non-invasive, no radiation dose is required. Studies have been done in Iran where they have made a database of the soft tissue thickness of the face. So all these, as I told you, the soft tissue depth data is available in craniofacialidentification.com. So where there are different tables, T tables, C tables, okay. There are new publications being added, and when you go through this, you will see it is so interesting and how you can do forensic facial reconstruction. So what we should think of, we should do this facial soft tissue depth analysis and try to make use of new softwares, and the skulls are there, and we try to do these forensic facial reconstruction. Now next is identification or computer-aided identification. Now is advancement, the technology is there in a height now. So, and old methods are becoming obsolete. Okay. So whenever now you have, there are these concepts are there, but for us to apply it takes time. So there was this air crash plane 1995 where the computerized identification system was used. Now, what we need to do is, why in abroad all this is so good, because they have a database of all the skull radiographs and photographs. Okay, with them. They have that, and what they will do, they will log in that portal, they'll upload the feature, they will extract it, okay, and they will extract the feature, store it, and then when they get that, and they'll match the features. If it is matched, you found, and if it is not matched, it is not found. Okay, it is not that person. So what you have to do is, this is the landmark estimating algorithm is there, this software uses. The patient's face as an input image is there, and each anatomical characteristic is being coded here. Okay, and this is the face recognition model is created with the help of deep learning networks, and then it has been coded. A statistical model is being coded and encodings are there. Now you have this image and 2 images are there, and then you try to match which, these codes are matching for this, whatever new images come. So in case of lost kids, found, matches found, not found, this is the computerized based identification which is there. So for this, what we have to do, we have to have an identification database. So it is very important to have anti-mortem databases in the form of facial photographs, skull views, lateral and posterior, all the profile views. This is very important to have. So now human remains also, there is one computer system known as WinID that matches missing persons to unidentified human remains, and it makes use of dental and anthropometric characteristics to rank possible matches. So for this, we have to have anti-mortem data. Without that, we cannot do anything. So like restored dental surfaces, physical descriptors, any pathological and anthropological findings, they are entered on this database, and it is integrated with a software known as DEXIS, a digital dental imaging system, which will provide, already this system has got its own radiographic images, which are their database, and then it will accordingly match it. Like ideally, it is told that a full mouth views should be taken and stored. So all these databases, a centralized database is necessary. And then whatever, if I get an unidentified human remain and I have these databases, I can match this and I can give you the result. So That was then you have one more identification system known as a computer-aided postmortem identification. So where all these dental findings and all this are there, all these antemortem dental record is there, and it is with the help of the AI, it is all being downloaded and kept. And whenever you get a postmortem, you identify that findings, you match it, and then you give the analysis. So what I want to say is that there is technology is advancing. There is so much is there with CBCT, CT advances and facial reconstructions. There are so many technologies which are there. Nowadays, we had autopsy, which was there. Now there is something known as vertopsy, where 3D scanning is being done with the help of CT scan and MRI of the dead body on the a panel, and then they will identify the image, the time of the death without doing any invasive procedure. So there are so many advancements, and we should try to learn and take up these advancements and do better further. And forensic odontology is very interesting, and we can always do our bit. Each one can do their bit to add to the data which is there. Thank you for your patience here listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful learning experience from you, and I'm sure all our participants must be feeling the same.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to present my views on forensic odontology. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So as we come to the end of our program, I can literally say that the tooth bolta hai, meaning a tooth can give us so much information. And today our all distinguished speakers have literally taught us that how to listen from a tooth. Okay, so to conclude the program, I will hand it over to my colleague and the organizing secretary for today's program, Dr. Akanksha Budakoti, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I deem it a great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's session a resounding success. First and foremost, I take this opportunity to thank our patrons, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Dr. Harshit Shah, and Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Rajesh Barne Sir, for their encouragement and support. It takes a great pride in thanking our advisors, Honorable Registrar Dr. Chandamani More Sir and Dean KMSDCS Dr. R.V. Subramaniam Sir for their unstinted support for this webinar. Words are not enough to thank Dr. Rashmi Venkatesh Ma'am, HOD OMDR, for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best and standing as a pillar of strength. On behalf of Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, I extend a really hearty vote of thanks to our all resource person, Dr. Deepa Patil, Dr. Arushi Chawla, and Dr. Debesh Nelandu, who spared time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion. Today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, ma'am and sir, and this will surely be going to encourage us in our future endeavor. With a deep sense of appreciation, I thank our whole organizing team and committee members for their untiring efforts. Lastly, I would like to thank all the esteemed delegates of this webinar for their presence and contribution. Thank you all for registering for this webinar. We will be, with this, we will be mailing the feedback link to the delegates, and within 2 to 3 days, certificate will be mailed in the respective ID. With this, I would like to conclude this webinar. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, one and all.